to order. Can we please have a roll call?
Commissioner Beaman,
Present.
Commissioner Hodge,
Present.
Commissioner Labar. Somewhere. Commissioner Light. Present. Commissioner Machieski.
Here.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders.
Present.
Commissioner Scott. Oh, and Commissioner Somerville.
Here. Okay, now we're going to move on to public participation. Do we have any members in the audience or online that wish to speak? Seeing none, we'll move on to the report from the county administrator.
No report.
Okay, and the next item on the agenda is a report from the Board of Commissioners liaison, which we do not have. So moving on to discussion items. First up, we have a report, an update from Marta Larson, who's the Chair of the Commission on Aging. Marta, please begin when you're ready.
Enough? Do I have to touch that every time I talk?
No, it just needs to be green.
Okay, now can you hear me properly? Yes? Okay. I'm going to share my screen. We'll see how that goes. This is one of the very first times I've spoken in public since the pandemic, so I'm a little rusty.
Okay, take your time.
I've tested this part before I. Can't find the Zoom meeting now. Right here?
Yep. So it should be at the bottom of it. PowerPoint.
This one?
Yep. If you like, I have a presentation ready.
It's a PDF. It's not a PowerPoint.
So I can still, do you want me to share it?
I guess. I'd like to be able to advance it myself, though. I don't really know what happened here. Do you know what happened?
I don't know that. So if I can sit by you, Marta, and I can just advance it, or you can use my device to advance it. Would that be okay?
All right, I guess.
Sure, just one second, please. We're having some tech.
Something is not working, so Andrew is helping me work around this, so.
Okay, we're gonna skip to the next item to get the update and presentation on youth programming needs, and then we'll hopefully have Marta ready to go after that. So Perry, Derek, and Bonnie, you're welcome to come up.
Yeah, I will. Give me just 1 second here.
You want us to keep this up or you don't keep it up? Okay. This one. I'm going to get started while that's getting pulled up. Is that okay? Hi, I know many of you, but I'm Perry Stone-Palmquist. I'm the Executive Director of the Student Advocacy Center. I'm here with Bonnie Billups from the Peace Neighborhood Center, and Derek Miller from Community Action Network, and we're all part of the Washtenaw Alliance for Children and Youth. We were trying to remember when that started, but it's been a long time. It's a collaborative of youth serving organizations in Washtenaw County. And we're here, oh, thank you, perfect. We're here today. I think we're excited to be here and share with you to talk about the needs that we are hearing, that we're seeing, the history of the county's support of young people and the youth safety net, and really our hopes and dreams for our community and for our young people. So first, I think you can go to the next slide. Thank you so much. So kind of across the board, we're seeing unprecedented need from the pandemic, which I'm sure doesn't shock anyone here. I'm sure you've seen headlines of mental health needs for young people. A recent Bridge article noted that since the start of the pandemic, 70% of US public schools are reporting a rise in K through 12 students seeking mental health services at school, but only about half said that schools said that they could effectively provide those services, meaning that's falling onto the community and nonprofits to help fill that gap. And I know that certainly aligns with what we have seen at Student Advocacy Center, where our statewide helpline received more calls last year than ever in our history since 1975. In Washtenaw, those of us on the ground are seeing young people, you can go to the next slide, I think, are struggling with their academics because many of them were in virtual school. They're still behind, especially students with disabilities, struggling with their mental health, struggling with chronic truancy. And some folks, their mental health is so significant that going to school feels really hard. Peer relationships, homelessness. And one of the things, unfortunately, we're seeing is just the impacts of community violence on young people, especially in Ypsilanti. This, well, I think it's safe to say that the schools are struggling to keep up. That is what we have been hearing. We are seeing more and more students who are being unilaterally assigned to virtual school. That's a whole other long conversation that would require more time than I have today. And we're increasingly seeing more suspensions across the county in places that even weren't suspending before, and send homes and denials of enrollment into school that we haven't seen in quite a long time. We know that the needs in 48197 and 48198, which is where 48197 is where our offices are, and that we're particularly focused, they're particularly high. This is the area where we have the highest number of minority youth involved with the juvenile justice system in the county. And recently learned a few months ago that Washtenaw was named one of 17 Michigan counties with particularly disproportionate high arrest rates for minority youth in the state. One of the things I've loved, and I've lived in Washtenaw County about 23 years, I've always appreciated that historically our county has really understood the connection between absenteeism, school discipline, school achievement, youth safety, the criminal legal system, and our county's economy. We know that without robust support, students are much more likely to get involved in the criminal legal system, which is a financial burden for the county and raises concerns about community safety. These are students that are much more likely to also to drop out, which has ramifications, financial ramifications for the county. This is a kind of an old study, but it's one of the better ones. A 2016 study found that a 20-year-old dropout generates an average of $209,000 in economic losses to taxpayers over their lifetime. I'm going to hand it over to Bonnie to talk a little bit about the history of the county's support for youth services and the youth social safety net.
Thanks, Perry. Hi, I'm Bonnie Billups Jr. I'm the director of Peace Neighborhood Center, and I'm proud to be standing here with Derek and with Perry and to explain to you guys a little bit, maybe you don't know about coordinated funding and all the things that happened that led to coordinated funding, and actually that's led to us starting WACI. So we're representing a wide swath of youth servicing agencies all across the county, 489-798, 48103, Chelsea, all over the place. And so it's important to remember that we have young people all throughout the county who are in need of services and in need of the services that these nonprofits provide. Coordinated funding. So coordinated funding came about. One of the reasons that WACI started was because United Way had come to a new funding model, and that new funding model did not include youth in this community. It was 4 or 5 service areas, but youth was not one of the things that was a concern. We got together, so I guess I'm the person who's been asked to talk about this because I'm the dinosaur in this group. I've been around the longest. Yeah, you were with me, that's true. And so we all got together and started WACI to be that voice for youth. Out of that later on came coordinated funding, which the county had participated in with a number of other, the city, the county, Ann Arbor Area Community Foundation, a number of other organizations that made up coordinated funding. That funding had stopped. We just want to put on your radar and make sure that you're aware how important to create a fund to be able to service and to address youth in this community, and to continue that support is important to us. What did we do? First, youth safety and graduation were determined to be a crucial priority by COFU and by WACI. So we really addressed that. At the time that COFU started, there was a robust RFQ and RFP process that was inclusive and open for all organizations to apply for. The process was collaborative and it valued the voice of all of us on the ground. We co-developed meaningful research-based outcomes that we as a group all work together, tied to real important measures for the county around the areas of dropout rates, criminal justice involvement, and these problems were all addressed from the collaborative of WACI, using coordinated funding money. We delivered on those outcomes, and we collectively won systematic changes before the pandemic. Pandemic hit, of course, everything has changed. So those unprecedented times that we're talking about is what has happened since the pandemic happened. Our young people have spoke to us about improved relationships with adults within the community, and those services are there and provided because of the connection with the nonprofits working with the hundreds of thousands of youth in this community who need the support of these nonprofits. I want to turn it over to Derek. Let Derek finish up.
Thank you, Bonnie. So I'm kind of sometimes known as like the data guy in the nonprofit world, and so that's what I'm going to fill you guys up with for the next 3 or 4 minutes. So, for example, during COVID, when many systems shut down, established youth serving organizations stepped up. We ended up distributing over hundreds of thousands of meals, millions of pounds of food. I couldn't even tell you how many masks and sanitizers that were gone through our programs and our systems. And it was actually a quite remarkable scene to see dozens of nonprofits actually like really stepping up and coming together and finding adaptive ways to be able to come up with solutions. And quite frankly, some of the fast moving resources as a result of that. And also included in that was a lot of youth focused work, including helping get tech to homes in troubleshooting online class issues. So some of our organizations are neighborhood based, and being able to literally knock on doors to find out why kids not at school or what those issues might be. But also including things like eventually establishing pods before schools became open again, and really providing some critical needs, especially for a lot of the high-risk families that we work with. Through the years of collaboration, youth serving organizations have become interconnected and have been able to amplify our impact. We have been able to support newer, smaller nonprofits who are newly funded. For example, at CAN, we are partnering with Black Men Reads, in which their program will actually be supporting 3 of our educational summer camps this upcoming summer. And we have also worked together to support families with complex needs. For example, in the past year, CAN and Student Advocacy Center were jointly able to support a family in their successful racism lawsuit against Ann Arbor Public Schools. Through all of this, we built a sustainable and stable safety net for children. We know trauma responsive practices for youth means consistent caring adults for children. And having programs come and go can be really damaging to young people. Ypsilanti youth in particular have reported this. As you had heard, Student Advocacy Center had mentioned that they're headquartered in Ypsilanti. Approximately 40% of Community Action Network's population is also from 48197, 48198. But today we are worried that stable safety net, about the stable safety net. Adjusting for inflation, COFU was investing around $870,000 in school-age safety and graduation funding. Taking a look at investments in this uncoordinated environment from United Way, St. Joe's, Canterbury Community Foundation, and the county, the investment in those proven organizations in prior years is now approximately $232,500. The reduction impacts our ability to attract other funding sources. COFU's reliable funding was leveraged to attract other investments when we don't have it. We have hampered to build on that. The impacts to 48197 and 4898 in particular. It's also worth noting that there's very few sources of recurring funding, of multi-year funding available. And it's absolutely critical to be able to build strong foundations in which to bring in additional resources, leverage more community support to drive bigger change. Thank you. Back to Perry.
Just a few more brief comments. Again, so grateful for the way truly the county has taken care of the community and the way it's recognized the interconnection of all those things that I mentioned: graduation, dropout, criminal legal involvement, employment, youth violence, and economic stability. And we know, honestly, that the previous funding for youth safety and youth graduation was inadequate even before, and many nonprofits struggled to meet those needs, especially in Ypsilanti. I'm a proud Ypsilanti resident, but the need is greater now. That's just what we are seeing on the ground, and we're not seeing systems that are able to rise up to that need. So I will say we're excited and grateful to see a lot of smaller nonprofits being supported. And I think Derek was just trying to mention how we try to support those nonprofits as well, but we are worried about the overall kind of unintended effect of the new funding landscape and overall that youth safety net over time. So we hope that we can continue conversations with you to think about how we invest in young people, the ones who are really struggling the most in our community, and keep that safety net strong for our young people. So I'm happy to take any, or any of us are happy to take any questions. Yeah, I forgot about it. Thank you.
Commissioner Sanders?
I'm interested in knowing how do residents become aware of the Student Advocacy Center and what you do?
Of Student Advocacy Center. Thanks for the question. Historically, it depends on our program, but when students are facing especially expulsion or multiple suspensions, the schools will often refer. It hasn't been a problem. It doesn't seem like it's been a problem getting the word out since we can't keep up with the number of people calling. But then our mentoring program, it's school-based referral. So we have a referring partner in the schools that we're in, and we train them in the evidence-based model and which indicators to look for, and then they do referrals for that specific program.
So I just wanted to follow up, and then I do have a
Sure.
question related to the Washtenaw Alliance for Children and Youth. So but back to Student Advocacy Center. So you said sometimes schools refer.
Mm-hmm.
How do we know that your services are being offered to all families that may be in need of them that are in our public school systems? So in other words, that we don't have staff in those schools sort of picking and choosing which families they think should be referred to your center.
Yeah, such a great question. We do a lot of outreach. A lot of families actually refer other families to us. We have a youth organizer and a community organizer who are doing sort of that piece of things, because those are issues for sure that we want to make sure that all young people can call. So a lot of times families just call us directly. That's what mostly happens. They like Google expulsion or zero tolerance in Michigan, and then they reach out to us because we would pop up. Does that make sense? But
Go ahead.
Just gonna have one more thing. Also, we do have a very collaborative environment in Washtenaw County, and so we are well aware of a lot of the different organizations that are out there and what kind of resources they provide. So there's a lot of also referrals and supports coming from other nonprofits that recognize an advocacy issue Sometimes they also recognize there's a legal issue. And so, okay, let's connect you with the U of M Law Clinic or what have you as well. And so it is organizations like WACI that helps bring in all that knowledge so that it can reach the far corners of the county.
So my question about WACI was, I went to your website. I didn't see, do you have a board? Does WACI have staff?
No.
The website is used to.
It used to when
Who don't
coordinated
want to?
funding existed, and then now currently WACI does not have any funding other than some of our organizations started to pump some money into it in hopes to be able to hire a part-time person to help do some of the legwork. And so it's literally about a dozen organizations that are pooling their volunteer time to then pool together several dozen more organizations to keep continuing to do this work because we value it, even though there's not a penny to be gotten in that. And then that was one of the unfortunate side effects of coordinated funding was the defunding of all the coordinating agencies.
So my last question is for all three of you. How, what information, what evidence can you provide to us that lets us know the opinion of the people that you're serving? So what measuring tools are you using to find out from the people that are utilizing your service or feel like they were not able to utilize your service? So I guess in a nice way, I'm asking, who checks you? How do we know that you're doing what you say you're doing?
So there's multiple layers of accountability. So I mean, it's the nonprofit sector. So for starters, you have whoever's funding you, that you're accountable to demonstrate the outcomes that you're providing as an organization. And so that is true generally about every nonprofit that is out there. But in addition to that, so for example, for our organization, the way that we approach it, we are focused on particular communities, under-resourced communities. And in those, not only do we have several resident councils that are part of that feedback process, but we also throughout the entire year, it's literally one of our building blocks or one of our pillars, community building, which is focused on literally bringing residents together. Just like this last Saturday, for example, there was a county focus group initiative regarding the non-police response force that was conducting in focus group with one of our neighborhoods. And so we help coordinate the residents to attend that event and help facilitate it because we have a lot of those relationships and being able to give our communities the opportunity to have their voice directly shared as well. And then there's also things like Google reviews. Look them up. The people give them all the time for us as well. So you'll certainly see a lot of great comments and a handful that maybe not so great. What I do know, at least for our organization, is that we average around 4.8 stars as well. And then in addition to all of that, we look at our outcomes. So at least for our organization, we have a 97% high school graduation rate. It's 70% for the economic peers for the students that we're working with as well. We look at a lot of other things as well, although the pandemic has wreaked havoc on like outcomes tracking because attendance now is nowhere comparable to pre-pandemic attendance and things like that. And so those are, and then we also, send out community surveys and things of that nature as well.
And I'll just add two really quick things because that's such a great question and an important question. One thing that a lot of WACI organizations started doing was collecting most significant change stories. So instead of saying, like, we collect this data and this is what's important to us, like actually asking our families what was significant to them for being part of our programming. And then we were part of a statewide effort to do visioning and like freedom dreaming with families about what they want in their schools and what do they need. And so we were really proud to be a part of that. It was actually right as the pandemic was starting. So that was with foster youth. We do a lot of work with young people experiencing foster care and things like that. And I'm sure Bonnie has lots of other examples.
Yeah, I mean, they've said a lot, but we are constantly in contact with families and people who we serve to say, how can we serve you better? What are our services doing and what are they not doing? Kids all the way up through the adults and people who we serve. So there's a constant contact with, and we of course have traditional things like surveys or exit things and all that stuff, but because our staff is intimately involved working closely with families to help bring about changes in their lives, we're able to regularly ask that or do some kind of assessment of what's happening. One of the things that we do, for example, is at my staff, we have a weekly wraparound meeting where all the staff who's involved in all kind of, from our wellness program to our case management to program staff, all those voices are there, and all those voices are getting information from all those pods of families and people who we work with. And for us to determine what we're doing correct, what we're not doing right, and then going out to those families and saying, hey, we've tried these things, what's working, what's not. All of us are successful with helping to change and enhance the lives of people in this county. When you look at graduation rates and you look at the amount of people who are economically doing better, who are breaking cycles of poverty or cycles of trauma, the WACE organizations are all either it's collectively working toward those things or individually have components in their own organizations to work toward those things, which is what this is all about for us. So.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. And I'm just gonna let everybody know what order I'm gonna go on based on who raised their hand. So I'm gonna go Commissioner LaBarre first, then Commissioner Robbie, then Commissioner Hodge, then Commissioner Beaman.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it. Two relatively quick questions. One, building on the question from Commissioner Sanders. In terms of accountability, I'm assuming if you get state or federal grants, you also have to comply with anything that they require in terms of reporting out and so forth. Is that generally right?
That is very much correct. And it's a very, like, so for example, we get a little bit of CDBG funding and we have to submit about 40 different documents and go through an annual audit process. That's in addition to our independently conducted financial audit as well. And then there's always outcomes that are built into those. And so that's at least this is always one of the challenges in human services is that the resources, like in the, private sector, essentially like you go to the store, you buy what you want, and that store makes more of that. And that's how the whole economy works. For this particular work, your income is coming from people that are not receiving those services. And so for nonprofits, you always have to be creative in how to make sure that you are having a positive feedback loop with the families that you're working with as well. And that goes both for the funders, but also for the clients as well. And so, yeah, and just like under the coordinated funding process, there was outcomes that were part of that whole process as well. And, fundamentally, if organizations were not reaching those outcomes, they should not have been getting, repeated funding and things like that.
So just in the interest of time then, because I know we have a few other questions. If we understand you correctly, basically the WACE organizations and those sort of in that sphere sort of do the patchwork within these young lives in terms of the intersections between education, economic condition, food security, sort of just the stuff of life that they need, if not to succeed, then at least to maintain. If we don't fund this, where's it gonna come from aside from philanthropy?
That's a great question. That's exactly why we're here.
We don't know where it would come from.
I guess one thing to point out in terms of the dynamics too between, let's say, philanthropy and government is that philanthropy acts on whims. So for example, in crises, you'll see a surge of crisis, and then within 3 to 6 months, you'll see it wane back to the historical 2% average nationally. It's a very stubborn number. It doesn't change outside of temporarily through crisis. For government, the role, in my opinion at least, is to look at the bigger picture, the longer term picture. And for that, it's also to kind of bend out those aberrations and look for long-term structural solutions.
Derek, that's an eloquent way to say there's a hole. So
There's a massive hole. And quite frankly, what's in that proposal, it's still a drop in the bucket, but it's still a big drop.
oh, Bonnie, please.
No, I was just going to say the county involvement allows us to leverage other funds from philanthropists, right? So organizations seeing that we're getting funds and that we do have a process to be checked and vetted by the county or by state government allows other people to say, yes, you are somebody who's valuable and we'll give you some other funds to assist you. So it does help us to raise additional funds. The other thing that I want to say is that WACE has a variety of organizations that are involved that are at their infancy or beginning and organizations who've been around for a long time. And we have infrastructures and systems in place and best practices that we share with those other organizations. So building those other new organizations to be stronger nonprofits to better serve people is what we also do.
Can I just say one really fast thing about accountability, because I think it's important. I think because the investments in youth safety and education had really high accountability, not very many people applied because it's really hard to measure growth and attendance and discipline. And Derek and I and others worked really, really hard on how to measure that. So that we're all about accountability, like, and a lot of nonprofits can't do it because frankly, it's a lot of work to measure things like that. But I think what we're talking about is the nonprofits that actually could do that and should do that and do it. Does that make sense?
Makes sense.
Okay.
Thank you for the presentation and the background info. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Robbie?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to all three of you for coming here today to present to us. I want to sort of underline and delve into a little bit some of the comments that you're making about coordinated funding and some of the questions that Commissioner Labar was asking. When you're talking about the coordination work that's done between your organizations, that's something, as you were saying, that coordinated funding was supporting. And we did that through, obviously during my time on the board previously, I was very proud to be part of, coordinated funding in its infancy and what we were able to create out of that. And I think we had a model program. We did have a model program that other counties and other parts of the country were even looking to. And we were doing those types of support for other segments of our human service network in Washtenaw County to create those coordinating efforts. But basically what you're telling us is that you've strung together a continuation of that is probably not all that sustainable into the future. What does the timeline look like in terms of how much longer you can continue without us basically, helping to support what you're doing? And I just want to say before you answer that, on the piece of private philanthropy coming in to save the day or anything like that, I appreciate, I think Derek, I don't remember which one of you said, but that it depends on the whims of the private donors. Because oftentimes it does depend on the whims, but it's also, there's strings attached to the money that you get. And they want you to do certain projects that maybe you don't think in your professional judgment are the right, necessarily things for the organization to focus on. They're not bad things to do, but it's good to have the county supporting these functions because it allows that coordination to happen with the professional judgment of people. The three of you have been doing this stuff for as long as I've been involved in politics. And so how each of your organizations work, how the system works. But what happens if one of you, decides to go to another organization or decides to move? What happens to youth services in Washtenaw County? And that becomes a problem if we don't have solid coordinating between your agencies, which I appreciate the relationship that you have. Long-winded question, but basically, how much time do we have before, things kind of start to fall apart?
Are you asking about individual organizations or waste?
Both, if you have good answers for me.
Well, I think, I'll say for WACI, I think it's very hard. I wasn't at the meeting Monday, but not having someone to coordinate has made it challenging. And I'll say that the people here and myself have just stepped up in our spare time to help coordinate things like professional development, but it's been really challenging. I think for us as an organization, we are going to have to be dipping into savings because the nice thing about the county was that it was very flexible. And we have a lot of restricted funds to work with this population and this population. But if you don't meet those needs, we don't have a way to serve you right now, which ethically we'd have to, we can't just close a case. We're working with young people who are out of school or facing really significant issues. We just can't do that. So that's where we're at right now is we don't have any money left for this population. So we have to figure out other ways or hope that we raise random money. So it's hitting now.
Yep.
For us.
The fact that you have to dip into savings is unsustainable for your organization to be able to support the broader network. I mean, you're doing it because it's the right thing to do, but each of your organizations shouldn't have to do that to support what should be something that the county is helping to.
And I think the longer term ramifications are stuff that I prefer to talk about in a public meeting, but.
Yeah, that's
it's
fine.
Challenging.
Yeah.
for all
I
of
mean,
us.
I'll just add two things. One, we actually had a WACI meeting yesterday. And one of the members had mentioned that they are way overcommitted and basically having to step back because essentially this is all entirely volunteer basis for EDs that already have stretched, time and capacity as well. The other thing I would add is that without some really robust and coordinated processes, there's a lot of these gaps that are unintended consequences that happen. So for example, of CAN's 7 community centers, there's one that lost its last source of recurring funding from coordinated funding, and that was our Brick Community Center located in southern Ypsilanti. So that site is currently 100% reliant on CAN's ability to acquire contributions and basically make it whole so that we don't have to shut down that location. For our other 6 community centers, that's not the case and that's been always one of our models, which is that get some kind of baseline of funding and then build on top of that. And over the years, for every single one of these sites, there's either a 3 to 4 time multiplier that's been occurring from the base level of funding and being able to leverage it 3 to 4 times of new actual dollars getting pumped into those communities.
Just really quickly, Madam Chair, and then I'll be done. But I want to say, I think what you are all describing here is dire. And I think that it reflects what a lot of human service providers across our county are facing. And I think we as a board have, this is a moment that we need to be stepping into the breach because there is really, there's a hole in what we need to be doing and what has been done. And the fact that we were able to build such an incredible model that, brought everybody together. And now we have basically nothing. And just the stark contrast, we need to step up to this occasion as commissioners. Thank you, Madam
Great.
Chair.
Commissioner Hodge?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for the presentation. I know it is challenging to present here, especially when you're, I think, 58 organizations that you're presenting on behalf of. I wanted to build on some of the previous questions since we're talking about coordinated funding. I got to ask, how are you all or people that are members of the group engaging the previous members of coordinated funding? Because I mean, we're here and it's easier to, I know, get in front of a public body, but what's it look like? What does the engagement look like with the other former members of it?
You mean the other funders?
Yeah, the previous funders that were part of coordinated funding.
Yeah, well, I think United Way and Ann Arbor Community Foundation have had different opportunities. I know for us, that support is dramatically less because they gave it to more people. So if that helps. I don't know if anyone, and then St. Joe, I just was meeting with someone about their funding for youth and I'm sorry, I'm going by memory, but it wasn't anyone who was funded before that's like established. Maybe there was, I'm not even sure if there was any youth, but I don't remember. So it's dramatically less.
And it's scattered and it's chaos in some ways. If you want to put it the right way, it's chaos. So what coordinated funding did bring to us was some kind of structure that we could all apply into one system and it would be vetted. And now we're back to looking at how we all, I don't want to use the word fight, but all try to grab as many pieces of the pie as we can from different things and different processes. So that's not streamlined anymore. And so we're back to pre-coordinated funding.
And just one more thing to kind of point out the at least inefficiency of this framework. And obviously, like, I don't want to take off too much of the focus that, really at the core of this, what we're here today is about school age youth funding. But in terms of the coordinated process, it also helped make sure that projects weren't getting overfunded and good projects were getting no funding or underfunded. And so now basically you're in an environment, it's like who writes, the most compelling proposal. And then you get 3 grants, one from United Way, one from Ann Arbor Community Foundation, one from the county, when in fact they only needed 1 grant. And then there was 2 other grants that could have gone to other organizations that had, their proposals denied. And so that has been unfortunately one of the big tragedies as we are now in an uncoordinated environment.
Yeah, I certainly share in your frustration about the lack of coordinated funding, because for all the reasons you just mentioned, I think others share in that as well. It does put us in a situation where we have to figure out how we can be supportive and step up, but not knowing how the other partners that also need to be able to step up and do that, because I don't think we can just do it on our own. Another question I have, so you have some really nice looking slides, and I don't think you got to all of them. So I wanted to just throw out, is there anything on any of the other slides you didn't get to, particularly number 5, because it's a good looking slide and table that you wanted to address while you're here?
I think, do you want to go down to? Oh, gosh. I don't know about y'all. I lost power this weekend. I don't know. It's been a lot. I think I talked about it, but one of the slides, yeah, keep going. Yeah, but I don't know. That's really tiny. My wonderful intern created that for you, but that shows some of the racial disproportionality. Yeah. In Washtenaw County for arrests, I believe. And there's a link in if you want to like dive deep into that, that's probably the only one that you maybe know about that data. I don't know, from school social work. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks good. I just wanted to draw people's attention to it because that one in particular looks like something worth looking at.
I'm glad I could feel the social work vibe of which one,
Right.
which slide I needed to raise. Yeah, thank you.
All right, well, thank you all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Beaman, and then I'll go to Sanders.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for the presentation and coming. And I mean, your work is so needed. And, you know, I fear how much it truly is needed for those who may have seen the recent in the Washington Post. There was an article, and this is specifically looking at girls, at teen girls, but 1 in 3 teen girls are contemplating suicide, which is the highest rate the CDC has seen in 10 years. And 1 in 10, at least 1 in 10 teen girls has been raped, which is also the highest the CDC has seen ever in history. And so that's kind of my fear, and where I'm coming from is, are you seeing the need for newer programs that are addressing these types of things, you know, whether it's for girls or teens or different segments, that if you had a larger pool, you could be doing more. I mean, we all know that we could be doing more, but are you seeing like specific areas that may need to be addressed more than you can right now?
Always.
It's a big question. It's
Yeah,
a really big question.
Very much so.
I mean, one of the things that I've seen with some of the mental health issues is when we're having, I have just one case example of a young person who has so much anxiety that they haven't been able to go to school. And then the school was suggesting that perhaps virtual school is what would be better for them. And then we know that well, then you don't have the social connection and peers, and they didn't want that. And so that's one of the things that we've been talking about. How do we strategize and advocate? Because there's not a lot of rights that are clear. So that's maybe not what you had in mind, but that's one thing that comes to my mind is like, it's this new frontier. We've been seeing it since 2014, but since the pandemic, the like unilateral assignment to virtual education when they don't even want to go there. And we know how damaging, at least anyone who had kids knows how challenging that was. That's one of the things that we're really concerned about and trying to figure out how to advocate that issue.
I would say every couple of weeks or so, I learn of a new case of suicidal ideation going on at one of our community centers. It is one of the most frequent things that we come into contact with in terms of mental health issues as well. So much so that the official announcement hasn't come out yet, but we got our first ever appropriations funding through Congresswoman Bingle. And as part of that funding, we are creating a director of mental and behavioral health position specifically for education programs that'll provide those mental and behavioral supports across all of the sites. Frankly, it's going to be impossible to do the level of depth with one person and hundreds of youth. And then in addition to that, more specifically on the teen side of things, we're also creating a new position for a director of teens that is going to be much more targeted, and also in terms of the stepping stone out of high school and transitioning into the post secondary life world as well. And we're prioritizing those things because they're the most common types of issues that we keep coming across. And frankly, funding for it has been extremely elusive, and we just got extremely fortunate because of Dingle's support.
So yeah, I'll just say real quickly, all of us are doing those things and we see, I mean, we started a wellness center, a wellness program with licensed clinical social workers as an arm of our services that address 4 quadrants: mental health, physical health, spiritual health, and emotional health for parents and for adults. And we've always known that we've had families who were suffering from trauma. It was exacerbated, of course, by COVID. And so we spent time formalizing, making an actual program, reaching out to people and saying, what would work? What would you come to? What you think are your needs before we actually put the program out? And we're celebrating 1 year of that program this month. So, yeah.
Awesome. All right, back to Commissioner Sanders.
Couple questions, and I think the third may not really be a question for you to answer, but maybe get back to all of us. I'm interested in knowing, so I'm familiar with BRIC, and the fact that it sits in multiple municipalities or serves multiple municipalities. So I want to know from you, if all of you or some of you, what other municipalities that you operate in have you requested support from? Has there been any ask of those municipalities ARPA fundings to assist you? And then my last, which you may or may not be able to answer right now, is how are you utilizing the fact that you've got major universities here in this county in terms of leveraging federal student work funding, internships, so that you can further stretch your human capacity? How are you actively utilizing those human resource opportunities to continue the services that you provide?
At least for on the first question, I know that, for example, Kathy Wyatt from the county was actually spearheading or part of a group that was trying to have a community center built near the Sycamore Meadows area, and was actively, reaching out to Superior Township, trying to get allocations from ARPA funding to help support that work. And Ken was actually identified as like the potential manager of that facility and part of that process. I have tried for many years to try to get any source of support from Ypsi Township, and based on that reaction, you know exactly why. So frankly, I've given up on doing that. And frankly, I've also been using our unrestricted funding to keep that work alive, because for those that don't know, Brick Elementary is the lowest academically performing school of all of Washtenaw County, and it is in a genuine resource desert as well. And so there's that. And then at least in terms for CAN and leveraging the universities. So our biggest workforce is University of Michigan, in particular, staff work study staff that are our program assistants that work with our education programs and our food programs as well. We currently have, I think, about 14 interns. We have a dozen year-long AmeriCorps Vistas as well that focus on capacity building. And then in addition to that, there is, I think we're around 700 or so unduplicated volunteers that are touching in some various way our various community centers as well. For some additional context, for managing these 7 community centers has been historically done on a budget about 1.3 million. And we are in some way through our various programs impacting at least 10% of Washtenaw County's under-resourced families, the entire county's under-resourced families. And so that's the kind of scale that we're talking about that can really get pretty massive as well. But when those stable sources of funding disappear, that foundation that a lot of organizations can really start to build up momentum starts to go away.
Does anybody else have, sorry, we have to move on because we have another
I can answer
presentation.
that question later. Do you want me to circle back?
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Finish that question.
You want me to finish that question? Okay. I was just gonna say, I did approach the city and city of Ypsilanti, but we were in the whole county. So I don't know how many municipalities that would be. And I don't know, I've never heard of many of them funding social services. And also our numbers like greatly fluctuate, other than Ypsi is always our largest number. And I could talk a long time about the way we use interns, but also we have something called the Student Rights Project with U of M School of Social Work, School of Ed, School of Public Policy, and the law school. And so we train the folks to go out to, so anyway, we have lots of different collaborations that we can talk about.
Yeah, we have over, 15 different interns from U of M, EMU, Washtenaw, Concordia, all over the place, who work within. So we leverage human capital to be able to do stuff. Primarily, our youth programs are in Ann Arbor. And so 85% of the kids that we serve are from Ann Arbor. 15 other percent are from around the county. But if you look at the other services that we provide, emergency housing assistance and food and all those other things, if you talk to Derek, you'll talk about his food program, which serves people all throughout the county. Same thing with us. Our program, so much so that we are opening a hub resource center in Ypsi sometime this year over in the Sugarbrook, Galt Village, Will Run area. So.
Thank you.
And I
Thank
just
you, Chair.
remembered one other, which was this, that I know of, City of Ann Arbor did chip in some of their ARPA funds for the extension funding as the county was working on coming up with funding solutions as well.
Thank you. Anyone else have anything to say before we move on? Okay, awesome. I don't have any questions to ask, just a few comments to make. Thank you for coming tonight. I've known about a lot of these issues for quite some time because I worked with some of you all throughout the pandemic in my other capacity. And I just want to point out here with my colleagues that investing in youth now saves us money in the long run because we're preventing them from the school to prison pipeline. And once young people enter the criminal legal system, it is very hard to keep them out. So I am very pro us investing more in youth and people in general because we pay for it later regardless. So investing now saves money. So I just appreciate you pointing all of these things out. I hope that we come up with a solution to help support all of the work that is happening across the county that we all know is very important. So thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for having us.
Come and see us anytime, right? Come and visit us, find out more about what we do, all right? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, is Marta ready?
I'm ready. We'll see about the technology here.
Yeah, it should just be the up and.
If I do that.
Here, down at the bottom, do this.
So
Just use a little arrow down the bottom. Here's your-
oh, I see it. Oh.
Yep.
I don't speak PC, so I speak Apple, not PC, so I'm learning here. So I'm very happy to be able to be here and present that there. Am I speaking loudly enough for everybody? Okay. I'm very happy to be here on behalf of the Commission on Aging. I presented to you a year ago, and this is our second year report. This is covering everything that we tried to do in 2022. I'm going to do a little bit of an introduction. I'm going to talk about what we did in 2022. I'm going to talk about some of the findings we learned about in 2022, and then we have a few recommendations. No, that's not. There we go. So I think you already know because you established the purpose for the Commission on Aging. But our purpose is to define the needs of and advocate on behalf of Washtenaw County seniors 60 years of age and older. And our focus is promoting equitable well-being and quality of life opportunities and outcomes. And so I'm sure you know that we don't make decisions. We just provide recommendations to you and you make decisions. So our focus is on the prudent spending of public funds related to senior services. Oh dear, it just skipped to the very end. That was a very good presentation, wasn't it? We'll just give you a little preview here. Okay, now we'll try this again. Did that go in the wrong arrow? Yeah, that must have gone on the wrong arrow. So in 2022, this was our membership. And I was the chair in 2022. And these are the group of people that were participating during the time period that I'm covering. But then for 2023, 2024, this is the team we have. I've been reelected chair for 2023. Our vice chair is Brenda McKinney, and our secretary is Elizabeth Thompson. I should note that we have one open seat in District 8, and we're hoping that that seat will be filled fairly soon. Here's what we did in 2022. We established 5 subcommittees. We focused on the areas of needs and gaps, communication, a potential senior millage, ARPA recommendations, and pandemic impact. And our practice was to have subcommittee meetings in between the regular Commission on Aging meetings. We held 20 2-hour full commission meetings, 20 officer meetings. We heard 7 different presentations from community service providers around the area. We did start making community presentations on behalf of the Commission on Aging. I personally spoke to the Washtenaw County Senior Center directors as a group. And as an outcome of that, I was also invited to come to the Ypsilanti Senior Center and speak to their membership. And they had a really big turnout there, and there was a lot of discussion. Also, I think Elizabeth Thompson is the one who spoke to the State of Michigan Commission on Services to the Aging and the State of Michigan Senior Advisory Council to keep them up to date on what we're up to. We did recommend that the County Board of Commissioners designate ARPA funds to support the Aging Network, and you were kind enough to do that, and we're waiting to see what will happen as a result of that. We did update our website. We now have our meeting minutes and presentation materials on the website, and critical phone numbers such as referral sources and how to get in touch with the ombudsman and those sorts of things. And you can find the website, the address is there on the slide. It's on the county website. Here we go. So here's what we got finished in 2022, or at least started and worked on. We asked the county to map funds that are being spent within the county to support the aging sector, and that project has been initiated. I don't know where it stands. I think Mr. Dill was asked to pull that together, and so we're waiting to hear the results of that. We asked for an allocation from the county to support the aging network from ARPA funds, and the Board of Commissioners did approve $4 million in ARPA funds to be we're waiting to see how that's going to unfold. And we did hear from the Say Yes to Seniors, who are recommending a Washtenaw County senior millage, but we have not, as a commission, taken a position on whether or not we think there should be a senior millage. We're trying to gather more data before we come up with anything. We did work with the Healthy Aging Collaborative. We have one of our members who sits on the Healthy Aging Collaborative and represents our group. And at this point, they're focusing on transportation. We continue to build and expand partnerships within the county's aging network. We started looking at the existing infrastructure for aging services with an eye to pandemic and endemic impact and areas for improvement. We initiated the development of a countywide strategy for services to aging adults. The Ann Arbor Area Community Foundation is working on an RFP for a consultant to guide this work. And we are also, we did hear from the AARP Age-Friendly Communities Group, and we are considering recommending Washtenaw to become the first county in Michigan to become a certified age-friendly community. But we have a lot of work to do yet to understand exactly how that would unfold before we come forward with a recommendation. I should mention that all of the presentations that we heard are on our website, so you can always, if you have nothing else to do, you can always go up on the website and look at all the presentations. There is a lot of them. The key takeaways this year in 2022 on the area of transportation, we heard from the Ann Arbor Area Transportation Authority and the Phoenix Mobility Ride at 50. Some of the takeaways from that are, first of all, we need to look at transportation services on a county-wide basis. The coordination and affordability of transportation is a major issue. And the most highly sought after services for older adults are door-through-door and door-to-door transportation. Door-through-door means they actually come into your house and help you into the bus. Door-to-door is you get yourself to the bus from your house and then they take you. Of course, door-through-door is obviously the most expensive. We heard from the Housing Bureau for Seniors, and what we learned from that presentation is that there's a severe lack of affordable housing in Washtenaw County, which I'm sure comes as no surprise to any of you. But we also discovered that the definition of affordable housing does not accurately reflect what is actually affordable for many older adults. And one of the major issues in terms of remaining safely at home is the high cost of home repairs. And I should add as a personal note, every woman I know that is single and of an age, certain age, is looking for somebody to do handyman work around their house, because there are things that have to be fixed in houses, and at a certain point, we just cannot do that ourselves, so. We heard from Say Yes to Seniors, and they presented their case for a senior millage. They reported that needs assessment studies and reports from providers they've talked to indicate that the need for services outweighs the existing capacity of providers, and that there are many other counties that supplement state and federal funding with millages to raise additional needed funds. We did learn from them, the biggest takeaway for me was that the vast majority of Michigan counties, and that's 73 out of 83, have adopted a senior millage, including Leelanau and Ottawa counties, which are currently rated as the healthiest in the state. So that was very educational. We heard from the Area Agency on Aging 1B, and key takeaways from that are that volunteers are key to improving quality. They have a long-term care ombudsman program. And also, as the population ages, there will be a greater need for nursing home care or in-home services, such as those that you can get from the My Choice waiver program. We heard from the Ann Arbor Center for Independent Living. We learned that programs for people with disabilities offer creative solutions to issues facing older adults, but there is a lack of coordination between programs for older adults and programs serving people with disabilities. So that's an area we're concerned about that. And you probably are aware, but the Ann Arbor Center for Independent Living is run by people with disabilities for people with disabilities. If we take up the AARPH Friendly Communities program, Washtenaw County would be the first county in Michigan to participate. The state of Michigan is a member of that network, and also a number of municipalities, but no counties in Michigan. Now we're going backwards. No, we're really going backwards. I think you should know that I'm looking at the tiniest arrow down here that I have ever seen on a computer, so it's a little challenging. I'm just checking this. Okay, we have one more to go here, if I can just get back to that one. I don't know what I'm. Okay, here's our recommendations for what we recommend that we're going to try to accomplish in 2023. We would like to see the map of public funds supporting aging services and allocation of ARPA aging dollars. We'd like to complete that work so that we know. It's kind of hard to say whether or not we need a millage until we know how funds are being spent at this point. We would like to work with the Ann Arbor Area Community Foundation to develop a countywide master plan for aging. We would like to consider AARP's age-friendly county certification and start to look at what the county's role might be. And we would like to explore ways in which the diversity of the county can be more completely reflected in public programs serving older adults. So those are kind of what we're working on for this year. I personally have seen the first 2 years on the Commission on Aging as what do we need to know and what don't we already know and what can we find out? And now we're into what action can we take? That's what I perceive that we're up to right now. So we do meet on the first Friday of each month from 9 to 11. And we're ready to get going for 2023. We've had one meeting already at which we did a comprehensive orientation for the new commissioners. There's a lot that we covered in the last 2 years, and we were worried that if we just started taking on business, they would be, wait, we have no idea what you're talking about. So we did a pretty thorough orientation, and that's up on our website if you want to see it. So what questions do you have?
Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Marta, for the fantastic presentation. I'm always really impressed with what the Commission on Aging presents to us, and especially last year. Remember last year we had that tough one where we had to not be in the room, and I was running the meeting from the glass room. Well, you weren't in the room for that one. Well, first I want to thank you for all the work that you and everyone else on the commission does. If you go to that slide and like the 20 meetings that you all had, I mean, you are one of the most hardworking boards and commissions that we appoint to. So thank you for that. The question I had is around the age-friendly communities program. Could you mention what a few things we would have to do to be able to qualify for that, if you know that off the top of your head? If not, we can look into it.
I guess I could not do that off the top of my
Sure.
head because we really haven't dug into it very far. But I'm certain that there's going to be collecting and organizing data. Much of the data we've been able to look at so far is pre-pandemic. And so there may be some things where we need to kind of touch up the data to see if anything has changed during the post. I'm pretty sure data collection is going to be the first part of that process, or data organizing. I
Yeah, that
think,
sounds good.
actually, I shouldn't say data collection because we've collected so much already, but more organizing it in a way that I think there's a lengthy ramp up process into it.
Yeah, to hear that there's no other county that is part of that program, yeah, just had me curious about what would it take? Would it take every municipality in the county to be part of the program for the county to qualify? So we can look into that.
Yeah, well,
And we intend to, at the board meeting after this, to appoint the vacancy. So
I'm sorry, what did you?
we
just-
intend to fill that vacancy on the Commission on Aging at the board meeting after this. Cool. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Commissioner LeBar first and then Machewski.
Thanks, Chair. Marta, thank you for the presentation and thank you for your advocacy for seniors and for your area of the county. I appreciate it. A comment and a question. Let me start with a question. Will any of your informational work in terms of the gathering of data, will it focus on areas of need within the senior population that overlap with other populations at all? Things like public health services, mental health services, economic assistance, sort of any way to gauge what proportion of those sorts of services seniors take or need as a proportion of the whole. Is there any analysis planned like that?
That's exactly what we're driving at when we say do a fund mapping. We want to know for each department in the county, how much of their services are benefiting older adults. Older adults are about 20% of the county population. So all things being equal, except for criminal justice, of course, we're not trying to drive up those numbers, but all things being equal, then seniors would be receiving approximately 20% of the services within each department in the county. So if the fund mapping is done in that way, I think that would be very helpful.
I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. I agree. And I merged into my comment to say, for our board, as we consider the possibility of a senior millage at some point in the future, one, I hope both the senior commission and obviously the 9 of us will think about what is the best timing for that, even year, odd year, August, November, those sorts of things beyond, what the right amount is. But I'd be eager to see what you come up with in terms of those overlaps, because I think any funding that we could get via millage for senior services would add secondary capacity to the other needs of residents, across the spectrum of services. So glad to hear you're looking into that. Thank you for all your work and appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
I should say that another one of my areas of interest, and I suspect this is going to be the case for much of the Commission on Aging, is to look at county services throughout the county by community. I'm from a pretty underserved community in Washtenaw County, the Northfield Township. And I think that one thing that would be really helpful is to have an understanding of how county funds are kind of allocated to benefit residents of various communities. And I've kind of made a pain in the neck out of myself to some of the county departments asking these questions, but this is something that I'm also interested in as we look at the fund mapping.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Machewski.
Thank you. Thank you, Marta, for being here tonight. Good to see you again. I want to again acknowledge the work of the Commission on Aging. It is an incredibly active group and has covered a lot of ground in a couple of years and wide ranging. And really, when we talk about aging issues, it covers the gamut of behavioral health and housing and transportation, nutrition services and long-term care. And I'm very excited that you've taken up the idea of looking at the AARP designation, because that I think will help inform not only county government, but municipal government as well, in terms of some things that they can do in a very tangible way to make communities more accessible and improve services and resources for older adults. So I think, I certainly hope you have the opportunity to move forward with that pursuit as well. I know as I was leaving as the assigned commissioner to the Commission on Aging, you were considering perhaps some adjustment to the bylaws to increase the diversity on the Commission on Aging, and was curious to know if the commission is still considering that, and if you have a timeline for it.
We are still considering it. I have to say that this round of appointments to the Commission on Aging reflected a much larger, much more diverse group, I should say. Maybe that's a good way to put it. Although with your departure, we now have no men on the Commission on Aging, so that might be something you all want to think about. But we are interested in looking at those bylaws fairly quickly. We didn't want to do it immediately because we have so many new people, and we didn't want them to feel like we're kind of hustling them into a decision that they're not ready to make. But I expect that we'll have something, I would guess, in the next month or two.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else want to make a comment or ask a question? Marta? No? All right. Well, thank you, Marta.
Thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome. And as the new commission liaison for the Commission on Aging, I'm excited to work with you over the next year and hopefully address the bylaw changes that are needed, and as well as looking into what we need to be identified as one of those communities. All right. So I guess with no other questions, we will move on to the next item on the agenda, which is a continuation of our priority discussion. I realize that we don't have much time left. So who's going to lead this conversation? Andrew or Greg?
Well, what we had discussed is making certain that this stayed on you all's radar as we move forward. And while we don't have anything teed up for working session, I do have a presentation under the administrator's update that will lean into the priority discussion that we had. I believe that was in early February. So more to come during the regular board meeting.
Okay, thank you. Like, I guess I'll just ask if anyone on the board would like to identify some areas that we want to talk about at a later date. Commissioner Robbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess
go
I want to clarify that this discussion is identifying topics for working session is basically, or is it board priorities?
Yeah, at our last meeting, we had the overview of prior board priorities, and I think the intention that I had at least was that we could get an update on those, which we did brief, go through at the last meeting, and kind of move as needed to kind of talk about, we have new commissioners now. How do our current board members align with what previously were identified as priorities?
Okay, I guess since it seems like we tend to run out of time at these meetings, and I feel like it is a fairly important discussion, I would just throw out there, in the past, we've done like retreats and stuff pre-pandemic. I don't know if you've done it during the pandemic too, but might I suggest that might be a better forum to have the discussion?
I think that's a good suggestion. Yep. All right, I'm gonna go to Labar, then Hodge.
Thanks, Chair. To your question, in terms of 2023 priorities, I think the senior services question in relation to the broader audit or cataloging of human services that would be impacted by that to me is a big priority. We talked briefly a bit at the last meeting about the about the Humane Society Animal Control Contract. I think getting that done, whatever that answer may be, would be an important 2023 priority. The biggest one, though, and I don't think this will shock anybody here. Coming up with an answer, if we have an additional answer, in terms of COFU reshaped replacement, whatever we want to, say, what is our next answer on that, if we choose to have an answer. Throughout the term, the other priority that I have is consideration of the mental health and public safety millage, because that will have its last collection at the end of 2025. And so we could go any time between now and then, and we could modify that language or just go straight reauthorization. So those three things under 2023 and that other thing under the term, those would be the priorities that I'd throw out as mine right now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to respond to Commissioner Robbie's comment about doing a board retreat. Another option would be that we could do that, or we could have this be the only agenda before a working session. We've had a couple of presentations in addition to this, so it's made it very challenging to do that, but we will consider all options.
Yes, that was also in my head to say too. So, unfortunately, yeah. Commissioner Sanders.
I don't see anything on here about housing and homelessness, and I just need to raise that up to make sure that we're not, that is part of the board.
From the last
priority.
meeting.
The-
Portal, it's the one that we've had for the last.
So,
Madam Chair, if I may, I have a list of priorities that have been developed based on that initial conversation that we had, I believe it was the first meeting in February, to which there are 10. I'll go down the list and I don't know if this will appropriately capture everything that we've discussed, but this is the list that I've been working from. Housing, the new human services funding framework, the East Side Rec Center, space planning, climate action plan, master or comprehensive plan, the MAG compensation study, operationalizing that, operationalizing ARPA and the Community Priority Fund, budget planning, and last, the Humane Society funding. So there were 10 items that we discussed at that initial meeting. And housing was one that you all illuminated during that first discussion.
well, thank you. And sorry, Commissioner Sanders, I was just clarifying because I don't have anything in front of me besides the short agenda right now. And that would have caught me off guard too, because I'm like, we've all been discussing housing as like a top need. So, okay, thanks for clarifying that. Commissioner, is that a hand? Beeman?
Thank you, Chair. I also would appreciate a retreat, as Commissioner Robbie had mentioned when I first joined the board. Our then chair, Jason Morgan, had a retreat for us, and it was just fantastic. It was here, it wasn't anywhere else fancy. But we were able to just work through a lot of things in a very short period of time and come to real prioritization that matched other items that were happening. I would say two things that I would add. One would be transportation, which we've heard that's impacting our seniors, it's impacting our youth, it's impacting everyone. And then also, as we heard tonight, the youth services, youth programs, as we're seeing these unprecedented numbers, especially in teens, what we can do to support them. As we know, we've had some local tragedies.
Yes, and I think after this last week, we probably have some other things too that we want to talk about, priorities for crises. Okay, I think I like the idea of having one dedicated working session, at least one, but also doing a retreat, because you can never, it's never not beneficial to have more time to plan together. So I am supportive of doing both. I think it's necessary. So anyone else want to add anything? Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I would just add that we all approved a very aggressive environmental plan in the last term, and that should probably be added to our priorities as well if we want to continue making progress on that environmental It seems like it should be right up there in the forefront of our mind, and it relates to the last week's ice storm as well. Probably some of the things we could do with that environmental plan coincide or intersect with issues that we all had with power. Thanks.
Yes, and the climate plan also intersects with the housing plan. Lots of intersections and transportation and senior issues. Yes,
Chair-
Administrator Go.
Chair, if I may respond to Commissioner Scott. So that is one of the subsections of our climate action work. And it might be useful for us to update this board on that climate action work. And of course, if you all determine that it requires some immediate attention, we can lift that up and move that up in the priority chain.
Awesome. And we got a little bit of an update last night about the staffing for the climate action plan as well, which I was going to mention during our liaison updates, but it's relevant here too. I know that that's something that the admin's working on. All right. Anyone over on this side? Okay, so I think for tonight, this is probably good, and then we'll get a full session on goal setting as well as a retreat. Sounds like everybody's in agreement with that. Awesome. Alrighty. Any items for current or future discussion? I guess we kind of just did that, but I'm gonna make sure I'm checking all the boxes.
Move to
All
adjourn.
good. Okay. Um, there was a second. I heard a second. Okay. All those in favor? Okay.
Commissioner Scott,
Here.
Commissioner Somerville,
Here.
Commissioner Beaman,
Here.
Commissioner Hodge,
Here.
Commissioner Labar,
Here.
Commissioner Light. Here. Commissioner Machieski. Commissioner Robbie. And Commissioner Sanders.
Present.
All right, we have a quorum. All right, we're going to move on to public participation. So here at the Board of Commissioners, you get 3 minutes for public comment. I'd like to let everybody know ahead of time, when you give public comment, we can't respond immediately. There's a separate space on the agenda to do that. I know it's a little awkward. If you're in the room, you will join us at the podium. You'll state your name and what city or township that you live in. If you're joining us via Zoom, you will click the raise hand icon, and then we'll know. I will call on you, and then you will unmute yourself and be able to speak. If you join us via Zoom by phone, you will hit *9 to raise your hand, and then I'll call on you. And then you will hit *6 to unmute yourself. You got to keep it to the 3 minutes. We have a really nice color-coded light system right at the podium that you'll be able to see. It starts at green, goes down to yellow, and ends at red. Once you hit your 3 minutes, I unfortunately have to stop you. It's our board rules. And if you need anything longer, I'm sure some of us would love to stay after to talk to you, but keep it within the 3 minutes. So let's get to it. Anybody in the room would like to give public comment? All right, please join us at the podium. So name and where you live.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Greg Woodring. I live at 1012 West Cross, Ypsilanti, Michigan. I am also currently out of power for the 7th day in a row. I also happen to serve as the president of Ann Arbor for Public Power, and I'm here imploring all of you to seriously consider looking into other ways that we can manage our electrical system here in Washtenaw County. Ann Arbor for Public Power has been fighting for the last 2-ish years to pursue a publicly owned power utility in Ann Arbor, Michigan. In our pursuit, we have found that public power utilities across the state of Michigan and across the country, on average, perform considerably better in terms of reliability, cost, and allow us to choose where our power comes from. And that has been never more evident than in this most recent ice storm. Across DTE's service territory, an estimated 600,000 people lost power, 60,000 of those in Washtenaw County alone. Compare that to Lansing's Board of Water and Light. At their worst, they only reported 100 outages. City of Chelsea, our next door neighbor, reported all of their outages were repaired by the next day. Wyandotte, the same thing. However, day 7, we're still going on. Tens of thousands of outages still within DTE's service territory, including many of those within Washtenaw County ourselves. It is simply unacceptable that we have to pay more for our electrical service when we are receiving worse quality service. DTE is a broken system. We are paying an enormous amount simply to allow shareholders to continue owning something that should by right belong to the people. I would urge the county commission to pursue a legal analysis to look at ways that the county could pursue doing this at a county level. Ann Arbor for Public Power has done the legal analysis for the city level and would be happy to share it with all of you. However, at the county level, more investigation needs to be done. And so I hope that you all will consider putting some resources behind that and investigate what options we have to do this at the county level. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody else like to give public comment? Come on up.
Sorry, my electronics had me. Hi, my name is Lauren Sargent. I'm also with Ann Arbor for Public Power. I live at 2815 Ember Way in Ann Arbor, and I'm also a co-founder of Washtenaw 350. And we support public power for all of the reasons that you just heard, and also climate, because there are 6 communities in the country that have already achieved their climate goals
All 6 of them are public power entities. That is not a coincidence. So that's another great reason. The other thing, that not only did Lansing restore power to the very few out of 100,000 electric customers, they not only restored service, but 10 years ago, they experienced a catastrophic ice storm. And the community stormed the castle, and they made over 100 changes to their systems, including neighborhood level emergency response for people. So people were not freezing in the cold. People were not getting price gouged in hotels. People were not trying to say, where do I go with my 2 sick children? So it's a huge difference. We can do it here, and I urge you to do everything in your power to explore our legal options to extract us from this vicious system. This is very essential, and we cannot rely on this shareholder-oriented entity any longer. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Would anybody else like to give public comment? Come on down.
Hello there. I'm Andrea Pierce. I'm at 1188 Juno, Ypsilanti. I'm chair and founder of the Anishinaabe Caucus. I'm complaining not to you, not about you, but I am really just frustrated with DTE. I mean, the way that they spent all the profits, they had all that profits come in with billions of dollars of profits right to the shareholders. They had all that CARES money right to the shareholders. What about us? We're paying it, you know? I've been up to MPSC meetings and everything goes right through, everything they want, except for that last time. I think we really need to start pushing back on this. We need to get our own power company going or municipal. We need to work on this seriously. We were out for 5 days. I'm diabetic. I had a puppy. I couldn't go to warming centers. Price gouging through the hotels was like crazy. While I was eating breakfast, trying to find a place, the rooms were doubling. That's not fair to us Michigan citizens. It really isn't. We deserve better. And I had to find a room out in Canton that would take my dog and have heat. And I lost all my food. I've lost my diabetic medicines. We lost a lot. I missed work because I couldn't go in. So there's my vacation sick time. I don't want to claim sitting in a hotel in Canton as vacation, you know, that's not right. So I encourage everybody here to listen, learn, do what we can to get out of this DTE mess. That's where we are. We are deep in the bowels of the beast, and we need to pull out and jump out. Thank you.
Thank you. I also like to give public comment. Come on.
Hello, commissioners. My name is Kaylee Garcia. I live at 5996 Versailles Avenue here in Ann Arbor, Michigan. I am actually here today to bring to light the antiquated policy for domestic partner benefits in Washtenaw County. I could read them for you, but I'm sure most of you could probably read them yourselves and go online. But essentially, the definition of domestic partners as written in the policy currently is, for purposes of this program, the definition and use of term domestic partner shall only include the following: couples who are of the same sex and are not legally married to another individual and are not related by blood in a manner that would bar marriage and are registered either publicly or privately as a domestic partnership with a municipality offering formal resignation and have at least 6 months to pass since a statement of termination of a previous same-sex domestic partnership. This was rewritten in 1986, which, as you know, since then, same-sex marriages have become legal, making this policy really biased even against heterosexual couples who choose a non-marriage type of situation for their families. So this was a progressive approach in 1983 when the same-sex partners were unable to marry, but it's no longer relevant and outdated in many ways. So in addition to the fact that same-sex marriage is now legal, we live in a time where gender is fluid and couples nowadays are choosing non-traditional ways to build a family and raise children. So that also applies to me. My partner was recently elected as a district judge here in Washtenaw County, and we've been together for over 11 years, raised our families together, shared everything that you share in a marriage. I was remiss to find out that I was not eligible for benefits once he became an employee of the county. And we did reach out many times to members who were in charge of making this decision and did not receive communication response for almost a month after repeated communication and requests about what we needed in order to fulfill the parameters to receive benefits. So while I'm here because this policy affects me, I believe this policy also affects a number of other families in Washtenaw County who choose a more non-traditional way of life and raising their families together. So I believe at the end of the day, this policy needs to be reviewed and changed to better serve those that serve this county and their families as well. And I ask the commissioners to address this as soon as possible for myself and for many other affected families so that they can get the benefits that they deserve for those working in Washtenaw County and their families. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to give public comment? All right, come on down to the podium.
Good evening, County Commissioners. My name is Laquan Hill, and I'm formerly incarcerated. I know this platform is usually used to air out grievances, but I'm here to do something on the contrary. I'm here to express my gratitude. My gratitude to you all for affording small grassroots organizations funding. I know that if it wasn't from you all's generosity, there's no way that I would have a job. Statistically, I probably would have been offended. Statistically, I would probably be back in prison. So I'm here to thank you. I am representing A Brighter Way, also Nation Outside, two small organizations that's making a difference in the community. I am now going to be the regional coordinator for the new Washtenaw County chapter. So I urge you all to please continue your support for these small organizations that's actually making a difference within our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you go, could you tell us a city or a township that you live in? We gotta get that for the record. Just what city or township do you live in? What city or township do you live in? We just have to have that for the record. Okay, is that sufficient? It's sufficient. Come on down. Thank you.
For the record, I live in Lansing and work in Ypsilanti, and part of the reason I live in Lansing is because there is no affordable housing in Washtenaw County, and because it often isn't afforded to people who are formerly incarcerated. I'm the executive director of A Brighter Way. I have nearly an 800 credit score, and I can't get housing. I still live under my wife's rental agreement, and they keep telling me to wait a year or two. So this is an important factor as a whole, but especially to people who are formerly incarcerated. I'd like to say that I don't envy any of you for being in the position that you are, and I know that you take it seriously, but it's genuinely a situation where you have to pick winners or losers, because there are losers on the other side of this, and it's not just our organizations, it's the people that we serve. So I appreciate the seriousness with which you take this. I also appreciate the idea of taking it with a more equitable lens as opposed to equality. We can't just break these down to simple numbers. We're trying to break generational curses. We're trying to break the school to prison pipeline, and we can't do these according to the numbers. Just because a population has the majority doesn't mean that they're right and are deserving of the same resources that other people need so desperately. But I also want to say that's my best friend. He's been home for less than a year. And if governments don't take the initiative to allow us to invest in people when they first come home, when they've paid their price, when they've been doing the work inside, you guys don't know the amount of work that goes inside of a prison to make sure that you're all safe. when people come back home. I did 27 years for a bank robbery. So I'm not just talking about something that I don't know. I know, but I want you to know this too. We consider all these things to be a reciprocal relationship. You guys aren't spending money on us. You're investing money on us. So don't be afraid to reach back to us and say what you need from us to do and what aisles you need us to reach over. We don't want to be in the same silos. We don't want to be going to all the same events. We want to help in all of these things. They do deserve their own power company. 7 days is ridiculous in this weather, but I know you guys can't make it all happen. So we wanted to make sure that you understood that we do appreciate the work that you do. And even when we don't agree with you, and even when we're standing outside with our pitchforks, we still understand that what you're doing is a very difficult job. And we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. Can you say your name real quick, just for the record? I gotta get you to say your name.
What's that?
Say your name real quick. Sorry, you left that part out. We know it, but it's, I mean,
My name's Adam Grant. I forgot it's on my jacket. I'm
right.
used to.
You know, we just have to have people say their name and where they're coming from. So thank you. Do we got anybody else that would like to give public comment? All right.
My name is Gigi Jones. I'm from Ipsy Township, and I'm actually here also for Women on the Move. Last meeting, we had came aware of the fact that the Safe House, who is able to house 50 beds, is only currently housing for the last couple of years 6 to 12. And as a social worker, when I worked for the county, I many times had to send clients there when there was a need with the domestic violence situations or to keep the children safe at the time in the family situation. And I know how important those beds are. So I'm telling you that I've seen firsthand and that those beds are very important. So if it comes time, I don't know what the issue is right now, if it's for funding or the staffing, but they have to come back up. And not only that, there was one situation where we actually had a girl from another state come there. And I was a supervisor over one of our programs. We hired her and she had ran from another state, several states over with her daughter. And she was able to come here and work here. And she was such a great employee for the county. But if it hadn't been for Safe House, her and her daughter wouldn't have been able to come here and be safe. Also, I wanted to just comment, that was all I was coming here to speak on. But also during these past 7 days, I have run across many individuals, elderly individuals, diabetic, heart conditions, that are staying in their home freezing because one, there was no rooms available, and two, the hotels were charging $500. And I remember there was a time we had an emergency board or group where we had the phones to answer and things when there was an emergency in our county. And I just didn't understand why we don't have these emergency places like gyms and open places where the community can come in. If they got to bring their blankets and pillows, but at least they can be warm when these types of emergencies happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to give public comment? All right, well, whoever makes it to the podium first.
My name is William Garcia. I live in Adrian, Michigan. And today I'm speaking in my capacity as a co-chair for the Huron Valley Democratic Socialists of America and as someone who has been openly welcomed as a neighbor in this beautiful community's pursuit of peace, justice, and solidarity. At its best, and like all communities, it's not always at its best. Washtenaw County serves as a call to the nation and the world of the power of solidarity, a community that when it fulfills its promise, and yes, this promise has not always been fulfilled, sees the humanity of all people without borders as a call to look out for one another. I'm confident that today we will see the best of Washtenaw County and that the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners will vote to call for the normalization of relations with our nation's neighbor, Cuba. In enacting such a resolution, we call not only on the federal United States government to cease decades of indefensible violence against the Cuban people through policies that steal food out of our neighbors' cupboards, that take medicine out of our neighbors' hospitals, and threaten our neighbors' right to self-determination. No, today we're calling on a lot more than that. We're calling on so much more than an end to the American brutality against the Cuban people. Today, we are calling on ourselves to begin a journey of solidarity with our neighbor. Because of this resolution, I can see a future in which children in our backyard and children nearly 1,500 miles away can learn together because two communities that strongly believe that their youth deserve the best education the world has to offer. I can see a future where patients in Chelsea, Ann Arbor, Havana, San Luis, and the world over are healed because one of the strongest medical communities in the United States, our community, accepted the longstanding call of one of the strongest medical communities on the planet, Cuba, to work together to make the world well. I can see a future where subjugation in all of its forms, be it hunger, homelessness, or poverty, can finally give way to the promise of Washtenaw County, the promise that has not always been fulfilled, but the promise nonetheless of a community that recognizes all human life as sacred and cares for each other accordingly, because we listen to the history of our neighbor, and in doing so, learn from one of the strongest manifestations of human solidarity on the face of the earth. With today's resolution, our future begins. Tomorrow, we must find ways to connect our academic, healthcare, and civic institution with our counterparts in Cuba to freely exchange the ideas and information that'll make both of our communities whole. We must continue to learn from the rich history of the Cuban people who have made the values we share manifest through educational, health, and humanitarian excellence, despite decades of imperialist violence against them, and use these lessons to bring justice and prosperity to our own communities. Tomorrow, we must have the courage to continue to connect with, learn from, and act in solidarity with Cuba, an ally, a neighbor, and a friend that has long stood for the values that represent the best our community has to offer. And in solidarity, the future is bright indeed.
Thank you. All right, would anybody else like to give public comment? And can we look at the timer? It's not going to yellow. I mean, it's going straight from green to red. So I don't know if there's a way to make sure people get a good warning. Everybody's been really good about staying on time though, but just want to make sure people do have that yellow warning. Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Lisa Carey here. I'm a Pittsfield Township resident. I'm here to support a feasibility study for a countywide municipal utility. Our power was out for 5 days. Our family was separated. My kids missed school. We had to go almost to Ohio to find a hotel because our house was 46 degrees. And it's just really ridiculous to think that people should sit in their homes and not have any help. If you didn't have your phone and your power was out and all your neighbors' power was out, you have an electric car, you can't go anywhere. So there was for a period of over 24 hours where I was just stuck. I had no phone, being separated from my kids. All of our food spoiled. We had hotel bills, takeout bills. We were trying to be frugal, but at some point our expenses are almost upwards of $800 for 5 days of no power. I know friends who have had kids who have now missed 6 days of school. And it seems that their schools are in a zip code that is an under-resourced area. I'd also like you to look into the utility redlining. It seemed like power was restored in well-to-do areas first. And that is pretty obvious when you look at the maps and the data that we're seeing. DTE has a very rotten history. They shut people's power off during the pandemic. While we were in lockdown, while we needed Zoom school, while you needed hot water to wash your hands, according to our governor, to prevent COVID, they shut people's power off by the thousands. And you just can't forgive that because they never apologize for that. So it's done giving them chances and chances to recover. We just need to take some bold action. As I said, I have 2 kids and they have climate anxiety as young children. That's their number one concern, is to fix this problem. And public power is the fastest way. The first 6 cities in the United States to become carbon neutral had public power. I'd also like to give one more comment and support the Brighter Way folks. My organization was also a recipient of a Community Priority Fund grant, and we'll be doing a free book fair at Erickson Elementary and 4 other elementaries in the 48197 zip code. And we're here to promote literacy, and your support of grassroots groups gets great projects like that done. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to give public comment? Anybody else in the room before I turn to our online participants? All right, Andrew, who do we got online?
Chair, the first speaker will be D. Parnell McCarter.
Okay, same rules apply. Please state your name and where you are calling in from.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, yes, this is Parnell Carter. I live in Scioto Township. I'm calling to ask the county to try to move towards having a countywide public electric utility. As others have said, this recent outage is a call to action. It's a reminder that DTE is primarily driven by maximizing profits, not for serving customers or being responsible to the planet. At a recent shareholder meeting, they even touted how they are delaying some maintenance work to cut costs, while still supposedly not really hurting reliability, but that doesn't seem to bear out with the facts. For me, as someone with asthma, I care also about environmental issues, including the climate, but also air quality, water quality. DTE plans to use coal for, I believe, a little over another decade. And even after that, they plan to continue using gas with, I don't think, any deadline for that. So they are planning to use fossil fuels for a very long time. And we as Washtenaw County should not be complicit in all the climate and health harms that using gas, especially fracked gas, causes to people's health and to our environment. Fracking has implications for respiratory issues. A recent study showed that children who live near fracking have higher rates of leukemia. The list goes on. So if we don't want to be complicit in these harms, if we want to create a better future for our residents with more reliable electricity and with a more responsible approach to our planet, then we need to move in a different direction. And a public utility, I believe, is the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Andrew, for fixing the light. All right. Who's next?
Yeah, Chair, the next speaker will be Ravone Fields.
All right, name and where you're calling in from.
Hi, my name is Rayvon Fields and I'm calling from Ypsilanti, Michigan. I am speaking to the commissioners today regarding Safe House. About 15 months ago, I was actually illegally kicked out of Safe House. And there was an investigation done, and Barbara Nesser May was subsequently exited or stepped down. And we were told at that time that some things would be changing in Safe House. Right now, there are only around 12 victims being housed at Safe House. I heard a lot of people speak about being without power and being in the dark. Imagine being in the dark or without power and being a victim of sexual assault or domestic violence, and being homeless or being stuck in a household in the dark for 5-7 days with an abuser, and not have a safe place to go to. So my question really for the commissioners is, when are we going to decide to do something about this problem and intervene and make sure that people are safe, and that women and children have a safe shelter to go to, a clean shelter to go to, and a shelter that is ran properly, and where things are done correctly? Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else, Andrew?
Yes, Chair. The next speaker will be Harvey Summers.
All right, Harvey, name and where you're calling in from.
Harvey Summers, Scioto Township. I'm continuously impressed when I attend commission meetings at the people who speak up in public comment. Tonight, public power people, the Brighter Way people, I'm learning a lot, and I'm just thankful to be living in a community that has articulate speakers on things ranging from Cuba to Safe House. But I'm here to talk as usual about the CJCC, the County Criminal Justice Collaborative Council, and I appreciate the fact the bylaws are on the agenda for review tonight. I did find one apparent error and I emailed that in for review, but I've been thinking today about numbers, and the number 13 keeps ringing a bell in my mind. The bylaws section 4A membership has 13 members on this council. And I'm trying to remember if I've ever seen any group set up with 13 members, which seems for most of us to be a really inauspicious number, which led me to think about the fact that there are only two general public representatives in the bylaws as members of this group. And then when I look at section 4B2, I note that the general public at large representatives shall have no alternates. The other 11 members, the official members with official positions on the CJCC, can all appoint alternates to attend CJCC meetings. The general public representatives cannot have alternates. So I suggest that the commission consider expanding this to 14. I know it's late and I apologize, should have thought about this earlier, but 3 general public members, the fact they have no alternates means that you're more likely to have good representation from general public alternate representatives at CJCC meetings going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Harvey. I'll ask you to stay tuned. I think you'll be pleased with what you see today.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else?
Yes, Chair. The next speaker will be Allison Foreman.
All right, Allison, name and where are you joining us from?
Hi, I'm Allison Foreman. I'm from Ypsilanti Township. I'm also the president and CEO of Ypsilanti Meals on Wheels, and I am one of the chairs of the Say Yes to Seniors millage group, which is a group of older adult agency members. And between us, of our 10 members, we have over 100 years of experience supporting this community. I want to thank MARTA and the Council on Aging for their presentation. And I want to thank the board for considering a millage for the seniors. We would urge you to consider that for this year for consideration. The need is just continuing to increase and increase. Many of our agencies are seeing double digits increase year over year, in addition to the increases over during the pandemic, which for some of us were 40 and 50% increases, and those hadn't changed. So if you need us, we are here to support you. If you need information, we're working on some updated case for support information for you guys that we hope to send over. So please do call on us if you need that. But I figure because we're here, we're also talking about power. We were without power at Ypsi Meals on Wheels for 5 days, but that did not prevent us from checking in on our seniors and getting meals to them because our Kitchen Michigan Medicine was still able to produce meals. Our whole staff still came to the office, worked in the cold and the dark, and we checked on all of our seniors. We got them to safe places if they needed to. I do still have probably about 20 of my clients that are without power, many of them unwilling to leave their home, some with cognition impairment where it's not safe for them to go to some of these places to stay. When you have cognition impairment, it's not a very safe place for you. And a few others, because they have pets, they just do not want to leave their pets as well. So I can understand where everyone is coming from on this power issue. It is a big deal. And having a call-in center would have been great. We had many clients that we just urged them to call 911 if they really needed something as well. So, and lastly, this is Older Americans Act Month. It's called March for Meals. So I would encourage you all to go out and support some of the agencies that are delivering meals and see what we have going on. So thank you for your time. I'm really glad that you guys are doing such great work of addressing so many valuable issues in the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, now we have 3 hands up. So the next speaker will be Yolene Williams.
All right, please say your name and where you're calling in from.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Yolene Williams and I'm from Ypsilanti, Michigan. So I am a 13-year member of the Lincoln Consolidated Schools Board of Education. And prior to this year, I was also president for 5 years and vice president for 3 before that. I've heard a lot of talk tonight about affordable housing. One of the questions that I have is why it has not been a priority to have safe housing for domestic violence survivors, because in addition to the other attributes I listed about myself when I first started talking, I'm also a domestic violence survivor. I'm questioning what the barriers are to opening more beds at Safe House and respectfully requesting transparency around those barriers and how we can get safe housing for women and children in our community. I'd like to see this as a priority, and I'd like to also remind everybody on this Board of Commissioners that the face of domestic violence shouldn't matter, but I think it's probably not what people think it is much of the time. So I am respectfully requesting that that be made a priority, or at least that there be transparency and communication to the broader community, what those barriers are to opening more beds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Here, the next speaker will be Gail Summerhill.
All right, Gail, state your name and where you're calling in from.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chair. I unmuted the wrong person. 1 second here. All right, Ms. Summerhill, your mic should be open.
Okay. Gail Summerhill, Ypsilanti Township. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm calling about Safe House. A few weeks ago, I was online with Barrier Busters, and there was a young lady who was looking for help and shelter. And to my surprise, I guess there wasn't any because she was rejected from Safe House with no reason for anyone. I do want to bring light to what are we doing with people who are looking for a safe place to stay. It should not be my responsibility to make sure that a person is safe when we have staff at the county who should be engaging with these people that need help. First of all, I'd like to say they did pay for a few nights at a hotel for her. They gave her a gift card to shop for food. However, if a person doesn't have a car, if a person doesn't have a phone, how can you get food, and how do you talk on the phone? This person only had Wi-Fi connection because her abuser had taken the SIM card out of the phone, so it had to be connected to Wi-Fi. As far as case management is concerned, we need to really think and ask questions. You know, do you have a phone? Do you have a car? And if a person doesn't, we work, it seems like the employees only work Monday through Friday. So what happens over the weekend? It should not have been my responsibility to get an Uber for this person to be able to go to the grocery store to pick up groceries to come back. So I'm just bringing light to Safe House, county, as far as county employees, case management, things should be, you should have a checklist to make sure that a person is covered. And I look forward to seeing what you come up with in your case management. I'll be happy to help anyone if you're not aware as far as what questions you should be asking to make sure that a person is safe, that they're fed, and that they're able to get from A to B. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, the next speaker will be Mia King.
All right, name and where you're calling in from.
Hi, my name is Mia Kang. I am a homeowner in Ypsilanti Township. I'm also calling to voice my support for public power utility. The recent outages have deeply affected me and my partner, and today is actually 7 days for us still without power at our home. We still do not have hot water, we don't have heat, and we don't have electricity. We have been bouncing around between different friends' homes and hotels. And like someone mentioned earlier, have also accrued over $800 worth of expenses between hotel stays, food takeout, and all the extra gas we've been spending to get to our temporary housing locations, as well as to get to our various jobs. It's been incredibly stressful. And, I really feel like public utility Public power is really the way to hold DTE accountable here. We've been hung up on, we've been on the phone for hours trying to contact people. And DTE still, as of today, has not provided us with an update as to when our power will be back on. We don't know. So I really feel like there has to be a way to hold DTE accountable. We've been talking to our neighbors. We are not the only people in Ypsilanti, at least, that we've been speaking with who are in a similar situation. There's so many residents who are still without power. And, while I think it's important to highlight that so many people went without power for 5 or 6 days, I do feel like it's necessary to say many of us are still without power, still waiting on a resolution. As of today, there are also still 2 downed wires in our neighbor's yard and the house across from us as well. And we have reported these wires to DTE, but they have not been resolved yet. Some yellow caution tape was put up, but the wires are still down. So we really think at this point that a public utility would help hold DTE accountable and really be a way to provide safer power and more reliable power to people in the county, and to hopefully prevent situations like this from happening in the future. To just wrap up, we are actually, new homeowners. We just moved to this county over the summer. And this whole ice storm and the treatment by DTE is really something we're seriously thinking about as to whether or not we can live here long term. It really makes us think as to whether or not we can make this county, let alone this state, our home, which is something we really intended to do when we originally moved here. And now, unless there's some kind of solution, again, like public power, that can, provide safer and more reliable power, we don't know if this is somewhere that we can consider home in the long term if we have to keep encountering this kind of abuse from utility companies. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Who's up next, Andrew?
Chair, there's currently just one more speaker with their hand up. It will be Nicole Beverly.
All right, Nicole, name and where you're joining us from.
Hello, this is Nicole Beverly from Ypsilanti Township. I spoke before the board 2 weeks ago regarding the same issue that has been brought up by several other community members this evening regarding a safe shelter for victims of domestic violence and sexual assault in their children. At the end of the last board meeting, I did not have any responses from anyone on the Board of Commissioners. So I was hoping maybe we could get some more direction this evening on what we're looking at. Are we looking for new options? Are we looking at other alternatives? Because we have a major crisis on our hands currently with victims not having shelter and having to stay with their abusers and safety plan just to stay alive. So as many other people have spoken about throughout our community, I think we all just would like some answers as to what direction we're headed in to ensure the safety of victims and their children. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew? No one else online? Okay, last call for anybody in the room for public comment. Seeing none. Okay, well, thank you everybody for your comments. We're going to turn now to commissioner follow-up to public participation. Commissioner, who was quick on that one? Commissioner Labar, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I suspect other commissioners will talk a little bit more about the municipal power question. I'm certainly open to that. I don't know what is feasible in terms of what the legal, the practical, and the technical implications, but I'm sure we'll learn more. I do want to respond to the folks who spoke tonight around the issues related to the power outages and specifically those services or resources that you went in need of. I think answering the question around power generation and sourcing, accountability, all those things, certainly valuable, but the time frame is different than what I think we need to also focus on at this table going forward for this year, which is preparation for short-term emergency response to these sorts of climate events. The county has done that in limited ways in the past. Our administrator can talk more at some point about work we did on flood response and other things. But I think from the standpoint of public health, mental health, economic services, and other things, we will need to look at what plans we have in place, how we can solidify them, and how we can be adaptive. And so I'd wrap up my comments just to say to the folks who have spoken to us and who haven't, who have lost power or who are still out of power, I'm sorry. Your words are not falling on deaf ears here. I wish I could, and I know my colleagues do too, solve the problem you are dealing with in the moment. But we empathize, we recognize, and at the appropriate level, I think we will try and do everything we can as an entity to be as responsive as we can in the future. So you are heard and your words are appreciated. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Somerville.
All right, thank you. So I have a few things that I just wanted to follow up on. So to the resident who spoke about the domestic partner benefit policy, it's something that I'm interested in looking into. I don't like that people are forced to get married to have benefits. Shouldn't be doing that, not in 2023. So I just wanted to address that. That's something I'm looking into because you brought it to my attention, actually. So thank you. And then I guess to just echo some of the complaints that we've heard about DTE tonight, I am supportive of looking into what it would look like to see a municipal power on the county level. And so I've been following the A2 for public power conversations for the last few years, and I appreciate all the work that you're doing. I'm excited to talk later about our disaster response. I'm most interested in how we can center the people most disproportionately impacted, in particular poor people who are going to bear the biggest burdens of the power outages, especially where we're seeing people without power still. Those are lower income areas in my district, at least, and I know in Commissioner Hodges as well. The $35 reimbursement fee from DTE is embarrassing. And I know, if you're late on your electricity bill, they're very quick to shut it off. So I believe in more accountability for the folks that are responsible for making sure that we have access to our utilities. And then Harvey, I hope you're still on. You were speaking to my soul earlier, and I talked to the chair last night about offering an amendment to increase the roles of general public members who have lived experience. So hopefully you'll stick around to listen to the conversation around that, and hopefully my colleagues will support that amendment.
You, Commissioner Robbie, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I do have some comments for later on in the meeting for when we take up the resolution. And I do want to appreciate all the citizens that showed up today to discuss the public power issue. There is a resolution on our agenda that I worked closely with the administration to draft. It is in an initial form, I would say, and there are further details that need to be fleshed out. That having been said, I want to say a few things before we get to that part of the agenda while you are all still here. What happened is absolutely unacceptable. It is unacceptable for a corporation that has a monopoly that we are forced to pay fees to conduct itself in the manner that DTE and consumers have conducted themselves throughout this power outage. And I want to say very clearly that this is not about the line workers. They worked very hard throughout this to get out and fix this problem. They did not cause the problem, but they tried to fix it. This is about the executives and the decision makers at the company who chose to pocket $1.1 billion for DTE and $827 million for consumers in 1 year. In 1 year, that's $2 billion out of the state of Michigan to Wall Street. That is money not invested in our grid, not invested in burying power lines. And that, combined with the fact that the CEO of DTE and the CEO of consumers make a combined $15 million, combined with the fact that they spend money on advertising, on putting billboards up around town that say DTE, something about a brighter future with a little bumblebee pollinating a flower. They spend millions of our ratepayer dollars on those signs instead of fixing our grid. And in Lansing, they have hired every lobby firm, the largest lobby firms in Lansing, to conduct their business. And they give our ratepayer money to C4 organizations affiliated with candidates, affiliated with elected officials in the legislature and other branches of government to make sure that they control the political process and the political gears of power in Lansing. That is our money that they are using to influence and to make sure that they can continue to make profits. That is money not invested in our power lines and in our utilities and hardening our grid. That is unacceptable. And that is why on day 2, after 24 hours, we had power restored in Chelsea and Wyandotte. That's why Lansing never lost power. That's why the rest of the entire Midwest that got hit by the same damn storm that we did had their power back, and we are still in the dark. That is unacceptable. I want to make sure that we understand this too, because it is about the stories that we heard. And I want to thank you all for being here to speak to the costs that you have incurred individually. There's a statistic I just want to read out, which is that in 2021, the total economic impact of power outages in the state of Michigan was $3.5 billion. $3.5 billion. Every business that had to close, that had to send their staff home, that couldn't sell coffee, that couldn't sell whatever they sold as a business, that is lost to our economy. Those are lost dollars, 3.5 billion in a year, so that DTE and consumers can take two in their pockets. That is unacceptable. We can do so much better. And if you stay, I hope you will stay. Later on in the meeting, there are several sections of law that I would like the county to use that we have at our disposal that we can use to hold DTE accountable. What they are doing is wrong. The last thing I'll just say before I close, Mr. Chair, is that DTE and consumers, but DTE in particular, is a racist organization. And the reason that I say that is twofold. I stood with Defend Black Voters in Detroit at the rate case hearing where they tried to increase rates by 8.8%. And we called attention to the fact that they gave money. We were talking about C4 organizations. They gave money to the same candidates and elected officials in Lansing that pushed for voter suppression laws in the state of Michigan and beyond. They supported the same people that supported the new Jim Crow for voting laws. There's a report that came out. ProPublica published a report citing the fact that DTE was the only utility in the entire Midwest that sold the debt of those that did not pay their bills. The only one that sent them to a debt collecting agency, which means under Michigan law that their wages can be garnished up to 25%. People that are already suffering, that can't pay their bills, now suddenly 25% of their wages garnished. DTE is a racist organization. Let's not forget that. So, Mr. Chair, I'm just getting started. I'll stop now because I know I got more in me. And if you'd like to hear about some MCLs, stay tuned. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I should have called on you last for response to public comment, but yeah, well, you have more. Go ahead, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I hate following Commissioner Robbie because I can't. We have so many of the same sentiments, but the passion is unbelievable. He's fantastic. So thank you. We also think a lot alike. I mean, I was at that same rally with Commissioner Robbie here in Ann Arbor for Defend Black Voters at DTE and want to 100% echo that. Notes about them and their racist policies and the fact that they fund people candidates who want to limit voting rights. We talked about that at this table when that happened, and here they are coming up again. It is no mistake. You know, Commissioner Robbie also talked about other states that had the same storm. In Minnesota, They had 21 inches of snow, this same storm, 21 inches of snow. Do you know how many people lost power in Minnesota? 9. 9 people. You had in Illinois, 12,000 people. In Wisconsin, Indiana, and Ohio, less than 3,000 people. In Michigan, we had 700,000, 900,000. And we still have people without power now. I was working at my day job as a nurse last week when that was happening. I was in charge of the unit those days and was terrified of thinking how many nurses weren't going to make it to work, and was I going to be able to staff the unit to take care of these very sick people in our open heart unit. Every nurse I work with made it. Some of them had neighbors come out and get their chainsaws out at 5:30 in the morning to clear trees from their driveway so that nurse could make it in. And a lot of those nurses didn't have any power. Some of those nurses I'm working with still don't have power, and they're coming to work and they're making sure that they're there to show up to help other people. That's a testimony to my colleagues, but they shouldn't have power, nor should the patients that we take care of not have power. My patient population are people who are either have had heart surgery and advanced heart failure. And there are many people in this county who have an LVAD, a left ventricular assist device. It requires power every day so that person's heart continues to circulate blood. Like that is 100% something people should be guaranteed to have. These aren't issues of people being cold in their house or uncomfortable. These are life and death issues that are coming to the forefront. We've heard about people having problems with being able to afford insulin. Once your power's out, your insulin's not cold anymore. Your insulin's kept in the refrigerator. That's a life and death issue. 3.5 billion, as Commissioner Robbie talked about, for the Michigan economy. That's a huge cost to us. I guess the only people who maybe made out in this recent power outage is going to be DTE and hotels, which is a whole nother issue. And we have to think about what we're doing. I am excited to think about what we can do here in Washtenaw County. I am very eager to think about how we can create some kind of public utility, if that is within something we can do, to hear about the legal ramifications, to hear more about it, because these aren't small issues. This is not your dad telling you to put on a sweater. This is life and death. And when you think about the number of Americans who don't have enough money, maybe $400 or less in savings, to be put in front of a power outage that is lasting a week or more and spending up to $800 to $1,000. It's just unconscionable. If DTE gets to the point where they have turned off your power, you have to pay that amount and then give them a security deposit for the year, right? But they in turn offer this paltry $25, $35. That's a joke. I mean, that's laughable. I just don't even I don't even know, did they think they were being generous when they talked about that with each other? Let's give everybody $35 for their power if it's been out for more than 96 hours. It's time that we do something, and I am very excited to hear more about this tonight. And I 100% stand by the people who are here coming to talk to us about this. As I said, life and death issue. Also, I'll just say again, like Commissioner Somerville, Harvey Summers, you also were reading my mind. I am excited to see what kind of amendments we might have about this. And I think that we will probably hear more about Safe House going forward, but just as a moment of clarification, Washtenaw County government does not run Safe House. I don't say that to take pressure off of us for thinking that we don't have to do something and we shouldn't be acutely aware of the situation that's happening there. But I just want to make sure that, you know, we don't run Safe House, but we are concerned about it. And I'm sure that we will hear more about what's happening at Safe House going forward. Thanks.
Commissioner Sanders.
So DTE. I was fortunate not to lose power this time. But the last time we had a large outage, I was in a hotel for 2 nights. And there's some things that I think maybe everybody doesn't understand. You need a credit card to reserve your hotel space, and or you need a large enough amount of cash paid to them, not just for the cost of your room, but for incidentals, where they put a hold on your credit card. I don't know about everybody else, but it's not as easy, and it's not an assumption that we all need to make, that everybody has a credit card, has access to a credit card, has credit worthiness for a credit card. And in my own personal situation, I am dealing with a huge learning curve about what easements from utility companies look like. When you are staying in a property where they have an easement on your land that you didn't know about, in case the title company didn't go back far enough. And the easement allows them to enter your property whenever they need to. So that interferes with your quiet enjoyment of that property, when they can literally just come into your backyard because they need to access their equipment. But they're not providing you with any resources on behalf of them having that easement. And the response that I received, not from DTE, let me clarify that. I want to say DTE has the master easement, and then other companies like AT&T and Comcast then attach their easements to DTE. And the response that I got, again, not from DTE, was that, well, but we're providing a service. I'm not trying to be selfish, but I don't care. You're running through my yard and not giving me any sort of remuneration for that. If DTE could walk away with $1 billion in profit, $1 billion in profit, they ought to be able to underwrite the cost of hotel stays when the electricity is out. They should be the ones putting down the deposit for your incidentals. They should be helping you pay for that. The other thing that we assume is that everybody has insurance, renters or homeowners insurance, which, by the way, does not cover your hotel stay. It covers food only. And then they make you jump through hoops to prove that the food you lost is worthy of a reimbursement. So let's just talk about 7 days of no electricity and your freezer and refrigerator and all of those things that have spoiled, and having to buy fast food or, depend on neighbors and friends to help feed you. It's unacceptable. It has to be stopped. I feel like everybody needs to take the day off and show up at the next regulatory meeting and say no. I am someone that has owned DTE stock, and I'm telling you that if DTE said to me, I can't give you profit on your stock because we've got to fix these things, I would be okay with that. But to see that we have to import people into our state to help us fix these problems. I happened to be at the Marriott this weekend and they had line workers. And listen, I am for labor. I support the line workers because it is a very treacherous job to be out there. My uncle used to do it for Ohio Utilities. It is a dangerous job. And they should be put up in comfortable accommodations. But when the people that are out of power cannot find a place to stay and afford it, it's not acceptable. I don't know about any of you, but if you've ever looked at the cost of a generator, not cheap. Not cheap. So I just have to say, I would love to see our residents rise up and raise hell and reach out to the Lansing legislators who have some control over the commission and say, stop, no more, until they start to give us a plan. And where is their plan to increase the education, access, and ability for our residents to be trained in how to do these jobs so that we're not having to import from other states where they are going to take that paycheck back to their state. It's not going to be spent here. So if we're going to spend some money, let's spend it here and keep it circling here. I'm done. I'm done. Sorry.
Commissioner Beaman.
Thank you, Chair. I also want to echo that I'm very interested to look into the partners policy and appreciate our resident coming forward and bringing that to our attention. Also going to jump on the energy bandwagon. I'm on the other side. I'm on the west side. We've got consumers. We don't have DTE. I will echo Commissioner Sanders in that I had linemen from Kentucky out in my neck of the woods trying to fix things. And I have residents that are still without power, specifically in the Milan area right now. And I'm going to talk about this from also a mother's perspective. My son is ill, unfortunately, and I had to go to 12 pharmacies to get his pediatric medication because there's a shortage in this country for his pediatric medication. It has to be refrigerated. If I did not have access to refrigeration after going to 12 pharmacies to get my son better, I don't know what I would do. I will also speak for the young mothers. There's a formula shortage still in this country. Breast milk has to be refrigerated or frozen if you're lucky to get it. And some of us are lucky enough to get it from banks, milk banks. We can't make it ourselves. There are mothers who lost that. There are babies who went hungry. And that's unacceptable. I'm gonna get a little too emotional here. And so we need to come up with a plan. And I'm also going to talk about it from a different perspective, which is I do have the rural areas and we are putting in solar fields, and who's controlling those? Do we have the opportunity to get in on this before the big companies do? Because they are after all of my townships. Every single one of my townships has been approached to put in a solar field and farmland. And if we're going to lose that farmland to not being farmed, and it's going to be farmed for energy, we better be making sure that we get that energy, that we benefit from that energy. So thank you. And also I echo Commissioner Scott on the women's shelter. Something does need to be done. Unfortunately, it's not a body that we control holistically, but we do need to keep women and families safe in Washtenaw County. Thank you.
Commissioner Machewski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to just note that I very much appreciate the passionate comments of my colleagues and echo their concerns. And I won't belabor it with repeating much of their ground, but did want to note as the evening has been going on, I checked the DTE outage center map again, and it's continually still outages across the county. Outages in all of our districts remain unresolved. I happen to live in an area that we got to experience a half a dozen outages a year. So people in Dexter Township who live up and down Dexter Pinckney Road along North Territorial Road, this is a unfortunately way too common experience for people there. I want to note as well, Allison Foreman from Ypsilanti Meals on Wheels spoke during public comment. And I want to recognize and thank those people who continue to do their human services work during this outage. I have family that depend on that program very much so, and very much appreciate the people that came out to continue to do that work. And I also want to express my thanks to the people who are out there doing the work on the lines and cutting the limbs and the trees that had fallen down. Those folks work a lot of hours. They had power out at their own homes, but they were out there doing their jobs as well, trying to
resolve the situation. So I really want to recognize those people who are out there doing that work. It's not simple or easy. I look forward to the discussion on these resolutions, not only this one, but the Cuba resolution as well tonight. Look forward to the information that we will gain on these topics in the future. So thank you.
Commissioner Light.
I too want to thank the individuals who came forth to share their frustrations about our DTE and consumers, and that I look forward to us looking into other options on how we can make this change, because it is absolutely it can't be tolerated, and we have to stop this as a whole. And so I just stand with my other commissioners, because we're all on the same board. It is not acceptable, and it won't be tolerable. And so I just wanted to let you all know that I stand in agreement and cannot wait for us to find a better opportunity that will benefit our county, and so that everyone can have power, because in District 2, it is definitely rural, and the residents, they, experience power outages on a regular as well. And that's something that needs to change, not just because of a ice storm. So I'm definitely and ready to begin the process so that we can make some changes and shut DTE down and consumers. Thank you.
Anybody else? Round 2 responses? No? Okay. I know you are, but you got plenty more coming up. So I will say, Harvey, I thank you for being along the ride here as we have worked to get the CJCC back up and running and going through the bylaw amendments. I hope you're still watching. Andrew, nod, you are still watching. There are a couple of, I appreciate you emailing and pointing out a couple of typos in the amendments that we're looking at. And then there's been some other discussion about another set of amendments that will be coming forward that I think you'll be very pleased with. Very excited for us to be able to get this going so we can get the CJCC back to work. Let's see. Conversation around Safe House, as mentioned earlier by Commissioner Scott. And again, echo this, that not to take the pressure from us, because we do need to act. One of the challenges with Safe House, though, is that it's not a county service. It's not run by us. While they may be in a building that's owned by the county and the county contributes to some extent financially, it's not, we don't have the control over their operations. There have been conversations about what can we do and questions about what can we do to make Safe House function more effectively. A lot of it is a resource issue. So the Washtenaw County contributes resources, the city of Ann Arbor contributes resources, but there are not other local governments that are contributing resources, such as the second largest municipality in our county, Ypsilanti Township. So it would be really helpful when people are thinking of what can we do to increase capacity, increase wages for employees of Safe House. That'd be a part of it. They need additional funds to be able to do that. As we explore how to have a good sheltering system in Washtenaw County, that's one option, is to increase our resources there so people can be paid and there's more capacity. Another option would be for us to consider taking it in-house and developing something that would be county run. So there are options that we're continuing to look at. In response to the caller, Nicole Beverly, after the comments that she made at the previous Board of Commissioners meeting, Administrator Dill and I scheduled a meeting with her and spoke to her for an hour. That was this week. I think it was last week. Yep. We had a conversation for about an hour to discuss a lot of the options that we're looking at related to sheltering. So we're continuing to work on it, but the barriers that I mentioned before continue to exist. It's not something that's operated by the county, and we do need other local governments to join with us to make sure that they are properly staffed. But in the absence of that, we're continuing to do our part as a board to look into what can be done, as well as our overall look at housing and what can we do to make sure that we have safe and affordable housing in Washtenaw County. That's a component of it too. That's a gap that's contributing to this challenge. What else we got? The outage. Where, as you can, for the audience, I hope you see that this is a very supportive board, and hopefully you're all looking forward to us discussing the resolution when it comes up. I would say that I was lucky enough to only be without power for a few days. And then after that, since we got our power back, my parents, who continued to not have power for days after that, were able to stay with us. I know that's not something, some of you are still without power. It's incredibly frustrating. There are residents in my neighborhood that are still without power. It's almost like a patchwork of people that have power and people that don't have power. So we're all going to be looking into that. I'm someone that grew up in Lansing, so I'm very familiar with the Lansing Board of Water and Light and the success of having a public utility. So I'm excited for us to have that discussion. For our friends from Brighter Way who have left, thank you for coming. And I hope maybe they'll see the recording. Thank you for coming and for your comments and for sharing the importance that you see in us continuing to support and fund grassroots organizations that are on the ground doing really critical work. There are people, it should come as no surprise, but there are those in our community that do not want us to do that. Very loud voices that don't want us to do that. So it's very helpful to hear that people see the impact of that work and value that work. And I hope that we will all continue to stay strong and continue to look at that as a viable, a viable thing that we should be doing as a board and investing in. All right, well, let's move it on. We're gonna move on to liaison reports. This is one of my favorite parts of the meeting. Anybody got a liaison report? Commissioner LaBarre.
Thanks, Chair. Two quick updates from CMH. At the last board meeting last week, we approved recommendations for funding of projects. One, and these are the millage dollars and miles. Jeffrey Roberts Foundation has their mental health champions pilot that's going to put in place at Skyline High School. That is a foundation that honors a child athlete who committed suicide, and it is funding to help address student athletes' mental health and suicide prevention. If there is success there, the plan would be to see how it could be scaled out countywide, to be determined. And then the other approval was for the 5 Healthy Towns Foundation One Big Thing effort. In a nutshell, that's to increase collaboration, communication between service providers, community organizations, to improve social determinants of health and mental health outcomes for Dexter, Manchester, Stockbridge, and Chelsea and accompanying townships. So 2 exciting pilots. We will keep you up to date, but good progress. And this is funding that is directly available because we have that millage in place. So just to highlight that. Thank you, Chair.
Excellent. Thank you. Anybody else? Liaison report. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, I'd like to give you a little liaison report update from the Board of Health. We heard from the Washtenaw Health Plan extensively at the last meeting. It was a great presentation. I think that they're going to come here, so I'm not going to steal all their thunder because they have some exciting news and I'm not going to give it. But one of the things I think that was interesting they talked about was about 19,000 people uninsured in the county at this point, and 37,000 people in Washtenaw County avoided getting health care because of fear about paying for it. Washtenaw Health Plan does everything they can to try to help people get insurance and get the health care that they need. They have been doing some really fantastic work. If we want to think about an area of this county where we have seen like real successes, looking to the work that the Washtenaw Health Plan has done, it's concrete. One of the challenges that we will have coming up is that this is the first time since 2020 that people will have to renew their Medicaid. And this could be a huge challenge. I think there were 70,000 people, I might be getting that number wrong, but 70,000 people in Washtenaw County who will be renewing this for the first time since they've gotten Medicaid. Washtenaw Health Plan is poised to try to help them with that. It's not an easy process necessarily. It can take sometimes up to an hour and a half going through forms and things, but I felt very confident about their ability to do that. And I will look forward to them coming here to give us more information. And that was the kind of big bulk of our meeting that I thought you would be mostly interested in hearing about here today. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Machewski. I'll get you next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. From the Board of Public Works, I just wanted to note that they did approve the annual contracts for the lake improvement projects, which includes the Portage Chain, North Lake, I think Jocelyn Lake. I think that's in your Commissioner Beaman's district. And so that work will be moving forward in partnership with homeowners associations as it has been for a number of years. So, and they continue to work on that long range project of what was formerly known as the solid waste plan, which we will most likely see sometime in 2024. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. Very appreciative to Commissioner Scott for bringing forth the issue around healthcare coverage in the county. Looking forward to working on that issue, particularly around the dental clinic too. I think that's another important thing that we can get reinvigorated for folks. But what the report that I wanted to quickly give actually relates to some of the stuff about public power. I went to our SEMCOG meeting this last week. And one of the comments that was made, I thought was very relevant to our conversation today, which was we had a presentation on the infrastructure plan. One of the governor's offices came out and gave a presentation to us about infrastructure planning across our region. And one of the city officials that was in the room asked a question, which I thought was very relevant to our conversation here about power, which is the question was basically when we rip up our roads, there's often calls made to DTE, hey, there's an opportunity to bury your wires. And what happens? Crickets. Okay, I wasn't the one standing up and saying this. This was another city official in Southeast Michigan that was like, we called nothing. Free opportunity to put your, I mean, you know, you got to bury the lines, but you don't have to rip up the road. You don't have to do all the work. The whole conversation was around how do we make sure we don't keep ripping up the road over and over again for every single thing? Well, there's the opportunity to do it. So if we have a public utility, we can coordinate that kind of thing and make sure that when we do the roads, we do the other utilities as well. So anyways, that I just thought was a very relevant piece of information from our SEMCOG meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I'm going to keep on theme today, I think.
Okay, stay on theme. Gotta keep it on brand. Commissioner Somerville, go ahead.
Okay, I have an update from the Environmental Council. So last night they elected a new chair and vice chair. The new chair is Michelle Dietrich and the vice chair is Ann Brown. And there was a lot of discussion just around the status of the climate plan that was adopted pre my time. I have a little bit of catching up to do on that, but one of the focal points was the staffing plan that Andrew is working on currently. So looking forward to seeing where that goes. I don't think I'm leaving anything out. That was like the main topic of conversation, was just the status of where we're at. There are some things that are supposed to be done within the first year. The staffing part's one of those. And then the last thing, last week I attempted to attend 2 meetings at once, the Area Agency on Aging 1B and the CMH board, which I needed to be physically there for quorum. So I was on one meeting driving to get to the next one and then had to leave that meeting earlier. And I'm bringing this up because I can not be on both, and I requested to be on CMH and would like to remain on CMH. So and I'm on altogether 9 in addition to this and my full-time job. So if someone could take that from me, I would really appreciate it, because I did request to be on CMH and I would like to remain on CMH.
I will be asking for you to be replaced. So put Caroline on there. Okay. All right. Anybody else have a liaison report? No. Okay, I will give one real quick. The only super exciting thing that I did was also attend Board of Health. Commissioner Scott, did you cover the mouth piece? Nope. Okay, then I'll cover the mouth piece. Public health has a lot of very interesting acronyms. MALF is one of them. They also have, there's some other ones. So MALF is the Michigan Association for Local Public Health. And I talked about this at our last meeting, that there is a set of recommendations that we'd like to see potentially at the state level to change and empower local public health. The Board of Health passed a resolution adopting those recommendations. I think it's likely at our next meeting, we'll have a resolution from them asking us to do the same thing. We also had some conversations about having the Board of Health look at gun violence. So, you know, from the community violence intervention team, a lot of that work is continuing, and they've been doing some work with the health department. So at our next Board of Health meeting, that'll happen. And I expect that eventually some additional resolution will make its way back up to us. And that's what I have for now. It's been a good chunk of time here. I think maybe we should take like a 10-minute recess. Anybody want to move that? Yeah. Okay. Is there a second? Okay. I gotta get it. Okay. All in favor? All right. 10-minute recess. We are back in action, everybody. Thank you for indulging the recess. Even commissioners need to go to the bathroom. So we are back, and I am going to, we don't have any special orders of business. We do have a somewhat of a surprise appointment. So before I ask someone to move it, I'm going to just describe. As mentioned in our working session, there's been a vacancy for District 8 on the Commission on Aging. We have an appointment now of Dwight L. Wilson. I would look for someone to move that appointment. All right. And this one is, yep. Any discussion? You may briefly discuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to speak because this is for my district, District 8, this position has been vacant for some time. And so I am so proud and glad that we could finally fill this position. And I believe that Dwight is going to do an incredible job in this role. He's been a community leader for some time, and I've known him since I was a kid. And so I'm very glad that you agreed to appoint him to this position. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion? No. All right, roll call vote.
Commissioner Somerville. Yes. Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Labar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light.
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Fantastic. All right, I'd love to have all of our boards and committees fully staffed up. We're going to have to find someone for the one that Commissioner Sanders, or not Sanders, Somerville is leaving, which we might replace with Commissioner Sanders. Moving forward, consent agenda. Would somebody like to move the consent agenda?
Support.
All right, or any discussion? None. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Excellent. Okay, moving on to resolutions. So for resolutions, I've got a first reading. Somebody want to move the first reading? Commissioner Labar.
Under first readings, 1A OCED, the position modifications on the weatherization grant. Then on B, resolution to update the revenue state liquor tax policy, and that is it for first reading.
All right, any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None. Excellent. Okay, moving on to, before I ask for a motion to approve the final and single readings, I have two substitute resolutions here for you. Both of them are substitute in nature because of some typos. I'll talk about them briefly here. So we have one under the single readings, let's see, 3A, the CJCC resolution. So, you know, this is something we've been working on for a while here. What ended up happening with the merging of it. So I was working on it and had a track changes document, and then Andrew was working on it and had a track changes document, and then we just put them together, and then there were a few typos. So if you look at the most recent version of it, the spirit of it was that, but you all have the updated version of it. And then also to expand community voice, we are adding 2 additional spots for community members with lived experience. I know Commissioner Somerville will make some comments about when we get to that. And then the other item is the single reading, so 3C, the resolution related to Cuba. There were just some typos in there that have been fixed. You all have the updated version at your tables. With that, now I'd ask somebody to move the single reading and the final reading. Commissioner Labar.
For final reading, we had the authorization on CPF for the We the People Opportunity Farm, and then 2B, the Results for America grant. Under single reading, we have 3A, the CCJ resolution the chair just mentioned. B, the resolution in honor of Kathy Sample for the United Way's 2023 Power the First Woman of the Year. C, the Cuba resolution. And then Chair, I believe we also have the utility resolution as a supplemental.
Yep. All right. Do you want to hit the approvable claims?
And claims, sorry.
Yep. Okay. Discussion. Does anybody want to pull in for separate consideration? We want to discuss them broadly. Discussing them broadly, looks like. Okay. Okay. Any others? Nope. Commissioner Sanders, what you got?
I'd like to pull the resolution for Cuba.
Okay. Any other ones? Hearing none. Okay. So other than the resolutions that were just pulled, any discussion on those? Seeing none. Oh. The other ones, right, the ones that weren't pulled for separate consideration. Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to briefly discuss, well, I don't know how brief I'm going to be, but I'll try. The supplemental, I'm sorry. The supplemental that was added on the power outage, the resolution that's before us. So there's a few things I just want to quickly discuss. What I was hoping when we worked on drafting this resolution was, I kind of came up with 5 buckets of things that the county can do, because we were talking earlier about all the different opportunities that we might have as a county board to actually address this issue. And so there's sort of 5 buckets, and I believe that we have the legal grounds to be able to do each of these things. But what this resolution is really trying to accomplish is to give our staff the opportunity to go back and make sure that the analyses that have been done are accurate, and they can do their own analyses and come back to us with a recommendation on how to act. But I want to be very intentional about saying what I hope to get out of this resolution and that process that staff is going through. So the first thing I want to say is, we as a county board under the state constitution, under Article 7 of the state constitution, Section 15, it states any county, when authorized by its board of supervisors, shall have the authority to enter or intervene in any action or certificate proceeding involving the services, charges, or rates of any privately owned public utility furnishing services or commodities to ratepayers within the county. So that means that we can intervene as a county board in rate cases before the Michigan Public Service Commission. We have that ability in the state constitution, and I believe that we should exercise that authority under the Constitution, in addition to intervening in the current rate case where DTE has submitted for a 14% residential rate increase, which is unheard of and absolutely despicable, especially to have announced that just a few days before the storm. That is a rate case I believe we should intervene in, and I believe, frankly, that we should enter into or initiate a rate case to try to get our constituents compensated for the outage that occurred and for the damages that they incurred. So that's part A. Part B is, as Commissioner Sanders said earlier, a lot of these issues are legislative issues. And we as a county board have in the past, and I believe we should still, we have a lobby firm of our own on retainer, and I believe that we should be, directing that lobby firm to advocate on our behalf for the passage of legislation that will hold the utilities accountable. When I was still in the legislature, I introduced a package of bills with now Majority Floor Leader Abraham Ayash to create an outage credit that is an hourly outage credit that would, every hour that your power is out, you would get an automatic credit. It would go up every hour that your power is out. It would actually increase every hour. And the bill said that credit could not come out of other ratepayers' pockets. It would have to come out of utility profits. The $35 that they're giving us, supposedly, for those that have had our power out for a certain amount of time, that can be rate recaptured, meaning that they can get the money to pay people out of the pockets of their own customers. So it's really not them giving us $35, it's our neighbors giving us $35. We need to pass a bill, which apparently is being reintroduced soon, to create an hourly outage credit that increases by the hour, that is taken out of their profits, and that is automatic. So I believe we should support legislation that does that. I believe we should support legislation that takes away the ability of regulated utilities to donate to politically affiliated advocacy organizations, C4 entities, and to have their own C4 entities that spend millions of dollars of our ratepayer money to influence the electoral process. So there are many pieces, and those are just a couple. I'm not going to go into all of them, but there's many pieces of legislation that we can and should support as a body that can actually help to change how the Lansing landscape it functions when it comes to regulating utilities. The third, which it was the main topic of discussion today by some of members of the public that came here today, is 5 years ago, I remember I was at a town hall that myself and Senator Irwin did at Tappan. We talked about public power. That was the first time we started talking about it publicly. And we got the ball rolling with many of the people here in the room that said, yes, this is absolutely what we need. I'm sorry, I just put my hand in front of your face, my bad. But that is, we got the ball rolling to start talking about Ann Arbor for public power. We as a city, municipalities have all this ability in our state constitution, our state law to create their own municipal utilities. But then the questions started coming up from people in other parts of the county. Well, hey, what about us, right? And so that's when, and especially now that, with this massive power outage where people are still out, we absolutely should be looking at the ability of the county to be providing municipal power throughout Washtenaw County. And though the laws are less strong for counties, I believe that based on my reading of state law, it is possible for counties to actually do this. And so, I really think that it's within our bounds to consider, entering into this. If you look at the Revenue Bond Act, Public Act 94 of 1933, it allows any public corporation, which under the definitions, a county is a public corporation, to purchase, acquire, construct, improve, enlarge, extend, or repair one or more public improvements and own, operate, and maintain the same within or without its corporate limits, and to furnish the services, facilities, and commodities of any such public improvement to users within or without its corporate limits. It goes on under Section E to discuss the formation of acquiring utilities for supplying light, heat, or power, and that it actually does require an affirmative vote of a supermajority of electors, which is similar to the municipal bonding laws. So that law does exist on the state book. So I believe we do have the ability and should be looking at creating a countywide public utility. Part 4 of what I'd like for us to look into is I believe that the county, frankly, has the ability to bring the CEOs of consumers and DTE and their executive teams before the County Board of Commissioners to ask them what the heck they are thinking by taking the $1.1 billion in profits instead of investing it in our grid. I believe that we have the ability to subpoena them to appear before the Board of Commissioners. I believe we have that ability in state law, and I believe we should exercise it. They need to answer us. Our constituents suffered, and they need to answer our questions. And I believe that that can be a very productive meeting for us to get to the bottom of what's going on. The last thing I want to say, and I promise, Mr. Chair, I will stop. But part 5 of what I'd like for us to look into is this piece about hotel price gouging. Hotel prices clearly went up all across our county, and people experience. I received emails, I received Facebook messages, I received calls from people that were experiencing way higher than average hotel rates across our county. People that were turned away. In fact, people that were turned away. Folks testifying tonight were turned away from their hotel rooms that they had booked. That should not be allowed. We have an accommodations ordinance here in the county that helps to interact with our hoteliers. I believe we should look into every possible tool we have in our toolkit to regulate and go after those that are bad actors. And I thank our county prosecuting attorney. He has an economic justice division. And I believe that in our resolution, it actually lists his office as being part of the solution to go and investigate each of these claims of price gouging. And I believe that he will follow through on this, and we as a board should be supporting that. So those are the 5 parts that I'd like to see out of this, Mr. Chair. And I'm very proud that we were able to get this resolution together, and I look forward to hopefully having the board support. Thank you.
All right, anybody else got comments? Commissioner Sanders.
I think I would like to add on to Commissioner Robbie's comments and just ask or inquire about whether or not we could charge, or hotels could charge DTE an additional fee for taking up the rooms that they do in order to house the linemen, so that it provides a relief to our residents who actually need to be in a room. So I don't know what that looks like. I don't know if that's us. I don't know if that's Destination Ann Arbor. I'm not sure what that looks like. But in instances like this, I don't think that they should be able to get sort of the typical rates. They should pay a premium, and that premium should be used to funnel back into assisting our residents that have been displaced and inconvenienced, and in some cases,
face dire health situations because they don't have electricity.
Thank you, Commissioner Somerville.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate the comments made by Commissioner Robbie and Commissioner Sanders. Full transparency, I haven't been able to see the resolution, so there's just one thing I wanted to add into the discussion, and maybe we'll talk about this at a later time. I do hope that we can come up with a plan as a county on how we respond in the next time this happens, because there will be a next time, similar to the flooding that we experienced 2 years ago. In particular, as Commissioner Sanders pointed out earlier, for people who are living paycheck to paycheck, it is impossible to navigate power outage crises that last this long. And people who spend the little money that they do have on food and then have to throw that all away. So like, I'm very much interested in short-term things that we can implement to help people throughout these crises, because we clearly $35 that they're going to be reimbursed back. Even if they didn't meet that 96-hour threshold, going without power for 48 hours causes all of your food to spoil. So I love this, but I'm also hoping that we can come up with a real strategy when these crises happen, because I do think that is our responsibility. Thank you.
Excellent. Before I go back to you, gotta get everybody else, Commissioner Beeman.
Thank you, Chair. The one point that I would add, and I don't know that this is relevant to the exact resolution, but when we're looking at the price gouging, a lot of our residents had to go outside of Washtenaw County. So I don't know what we could do to form partnerships with our other county governments, but a friend of mine who actually is on Island City Council was gouged in Dundee, which is not Washtenaw, but they knew that we were going there because of the outage. So any type of solidarity that we could bring together would be great.
Anybody else before I circle back to Commissioner Scott?
I just want to say, Commissioner Robbie, even though I gave you the evil eye, I 100% support every one of those ideas that you are proposing. I know we talked about it earlier this week too. I would love to have the CEOs sit in this room and be in front of us to ask them questions. And I would take those questions from the people in the community that I serve that want to ask those questions themselves and don't get answers from those CEOs. They get treated with such utter disrespect. Like, I pray that we could do something like that, so we could make them actually have to answer some of the concerns and be able to look at us and somehow talk about the enormous profit they made while putting people here in this county and this whole region, but particularly here as a matter of this body in this county, what they did and what they're continuing to do to them by not updating power grids, by not burying lines, by not doing those things. So if we can make it happen, I'm 100% behind you to have that happen. Thanks.
Anybody else? Commissioner LeBar, go ahead.
Well, Chair, I would echo what Commissioner Somerville said in terms of the importance of having short and midterm plans in place in terms of resources, heating or cooling centers, centers of refuge from, the elements, those sorts of things. Now, I want to give credit to our administrator, because I know he and staff scrambled to make some of those things an option, but there's never enough to go around, and it's never in time if it is responsive. So having that plan and looking to is there some level of general fund allocation that's needed to really get that up and running, I think would be good, though is perhaps a separate resolution. And to Commissioner Robbie's underlying plan here, I'll certainly support it. I think it makes a lot of good sense across the board. And if our prosecutor finds any economic crime anywhere in Washtenaw County, have at it, obviously. Commissioner Robbie and I have served on this body in the past where the state of Michigan was not an equitable partner to counties and municipalities. And I think some dynamics in Lansing have changed. I would love if we could have a CEO really of any company here that has relevant public business. I'm worried that may not be the case. I would love to be wrong in it. Yusuf, I appreciate the work you've put into this, both the writing of the resolution and the issue itself. I know you've invested a lot of your time in this. And I hope we'll get some answers to what the constitutional authority is or the statutory authority is for counties, because I don't know how clear that is. So I look forward to learning more. So I'll be supportive and hope to be surprised in terms of our executive friends. Thank you.
All right. Are we getting to round two of comments here? I think we're about to get to round two. Commissioner Robbie, go ahead.
I'll be brief. I'm not going to pontificate again, but I just wanted to quickly say a few things. The way that this resolution was drafted, and I want to thank Andrew, Crystal, Greg, the whole team for the work that they did to help make this happen on such short notice, because this really was very short notice. But the way that the resolution was drafted is broad enough that it gives administration and corp counsel the ability to go back and develop plans. But the reason I wanted to verbalize those 5 things, and I'm appreciative to the other commissioners that have verbalized their priorities, is that now hopefully the administrator and corp counsel can incorporate that into the proposal that they present to us. So that we did draft it broad enough that we could have this discussion today and make sure that that was part of it. So hopefully they took notes. And I do want to agree that my reading of the state law is just my reading. I don't have a law degree. That's why we have a corporation counsel. And so, we will need answers and recommendations from them on whether or not these are actually things that we can do. I do just want to quickly say in response to Commissioner Labar's, piece, I do think that that there is the ability under state law. If you look at the County Board of Commissioners Act, Public Act 156 of 1851, it's MCL 46.3, Section 5. A chairperson may administer an oath to any person concerning a matter submitted to the County Board of Commissioners or connected with the discharge of its duties, may issue subpoenas for witnesses, and may compel the attendance of a witness in the same manner as a court of law. So I believe we do have the ability to subpoena those individuals, but of course, our corp counsel will need to review that. So again, there may be other case law that precedes that. So again, that's why we have a corporation counsel, and I would defer to her and the administrator, but that's what I saw, and that's why I brought that forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. You said you're going to come with MCLs, and you did, so appreciate that. Thank you everyone for your comments related to this, and thank you to the administrative team for getting the resolution put together so quickly. And thinking about the warming shelters, I want to take an opportunity to thank administration and the Red Cross for partnering with the county to open up the warming shelters that provided food, shelter, and blankets and other resources to people very quickly. So hopefully we don't have to always rely on those kinds of emergency strategies. That's why I appreciate Commissioner Somerville's comments earlier. All right, I think we're ready to vote. This is a roll call vote.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Most definitely, yes.
and Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
All right, all those items are approved. So now we're going to move forward to the 2 items that we pulled for separate consideration. The first one is item 3A, resolution amending the bylaws of and appointing members to the Criminal Justice Collaborative Council. So you've heard from me about this a lot over the last few meetings. What you have here is an updated iteration of it. Just the high points here. This is aimed to meet all the concerns that have popped up in our previous discussions. So the proxy voting is gone. The electronic voting is gone. I think those were all remnants of the original version of the CJCC. So all of that is gone. We have added 2 additional spots for members of the general public with lived experience. So that would put 4 community members on here. This would make the body 15 members. I am hopeful that even with a 15-member body, we will not have issues with quorum because we now have the ability to do these meetings virtually. I think those are the high points. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I'm confused because we have the bylaws and it still says in B1, each member of the council may assign an alternative or special proxy to participate in council business, including the exercise of their vote in the event the primary member is unable to attend a meeting. The section is
I see.
titled alternates.
Yep, the alternates. Okay.
And then details what council members may designate a subordinate to act as their alternate.
I hear you.
Does that whole section just need to be struck then?
If you are saying that the alternate section, like there should be no alternates, if that's what you're saying.
We're
then
saying there's no proxy
Voting.
voting. That
Yep.
still says there's proxy voting.
Yep, that's true. So that section would need to be struck. If it is the will of the board to not have any kind of alternate. So heard yet? You're gonna move, well, I do have, hit over the side of the room next. You do your thing after that. Go ahead, Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you. Yeah, so I just wanted to highlight that we added 2 additional general public at-large representatives with lived experience. I appreciate the chair for being supportive of this, I think.
Yes.
And
You're
glad that
welcome.
we got it worked
Yes.
out. Yeah, glad that we got it worked out to make it a little bit easier with this substitute. And I guess just generally, I brought this up a little bit at the second meeting in January. We discussed this the first time. I had some concerns with us eliminating those roles. So I'm just glad to see them back on the list. I think it's really important to center folks who have been impacted by the criminal legal system. Thank you.
You're welcome. Commissioner Light.
Yes, as we were speaking about alternates, in that same section, so it says the Board of Commissioners may designate an alternate for the county board chair or assigned commissioner. So that's gonna have to, yeah, it's gonna have to go.
Commissioner Robbie.
I do have some comments about Open Meetings Act, but before, since we're talking about this alternate thing, I do want to just point out that under section 8 meetings, voting, it does refer also to a special proxy. So we would need to strike that as well.
Anybody else for a round run of comments here before I start hitting people on the repeat? Commissioner Scott.
Well, I was just gonna move that we take out section B and then re-letter the rest of those, the rest of the bylaws as necessary. And also part of that motion, strike from E, section 8E, by special proxy, or that's it.
We gotta hold on over here. Gonna consult with Corporation Counsel for a minute. If I may, as you make this motion, under the membership section, it uses that same language or assigned commissioner. If you're in the mood to, I'd like that to just say a commissioner as opposed to requiring the chair of the board or an assigned commissioner. So it's just a commissioner. It's fine.
I don't know if any other like ministerial changes we need to do with this, like when I say like, re-letter the parts in section, in the membership section. But also if we're looking at any other kind of ministerial changes, section 8 meetings actually should be section 7 because we struck steering committee.
I think for those kinds of changes, we're good to go because of the numbering. Is that? Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate it. You got any other ones? I'm waiting for somebody to second it. Second what? Oh, you seconded it? Okay.
Just to restate the motion. To strike section, in 4, section B. Strike that entire section, is not having alternate. And then in 8. E, it is striking, by specified.
And it would change under membership from chair of board of commissioners or assigned commissioner to assigned commissioner. Yeah, okay. One more motion. Any discussion about that amendment? Is that a hand? No, it's not a hand. No. Commissioner Light?
Are we able to have a motion to just revise it needs revision, the whole thing?
But the way this works is we're discussing this amendment. We would vote the amendment up or down, and then we would go back to the rest of it and vote that up or down.
Okay.
Commissioner Robbie.
Quick clarification, the change under membership, you're striking chair of the board and keeping assigned commissioner?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. And it's fun. It's fun, right? This is fun. Yeah.
We used to have amendments on amendments when I was on the board, so you can only amend an amendment once, though.
Okay, do we have any other discussion about this amendment? No, people look pretty happy. Okay, so, oh, what is this? Yeah, this would, good catch. This is gonna require a change under the officers and staff section. To make it, you can strike board, assigned commissioner, that's what that'll have to say. To keep it consistent with the rest of the language. This is under section 5, officers and staff. 5A. It'd be the assigned commissioner to be consistent with your other language. Commissioner, yeah. Any other, good catch, any other thoughts? Here, no other thought, do you need a minute?
Are we at the point of
I'm asking like if the language is consistent with the other, because all, yeah, just tacking it on. Thank you. Michelle's doing a final check here. Oh, Commissioner Machieski, what you got for us? Yep. Yeah. It would be 8 because the other numbers would have to change. Yeah. Commissioner Robbie, what you got?
Just to Commissioner Light's point, maybe it is worth maybe taking a recess just to review this at least, or maybe postponing it to the next meeting.
I'm not postponing it again. You know, this has been postponed enough. I'll take a recess if we need to look at it again, but is there anything else? Well, right, you can, but I mean, he's asking me to do it in a friendly way, and you know,
Technically, you're correct that we have to discharge this amendment before we can vote on a postponement, but I'm stating it because I think there is maybe still some work that needs to be done on this.
Okay, so without objection, I'll call for a recess.
Deal with the motion and then a motion for. Yeah.
Okay, well, Andy said I could do it. We have to vote on the amendment. Okay, so do we want to vote on the amendment, or is there any other things? Okay. You ready? No.
No, we're voting for.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
and Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, Commissioner Robbie.
May I present as an alternative idea that we just put this motion on the table and take up our other resolution while staff can review the motion before us?
Think we need to review it? Okay,
I move to table the
Okay.
CJCC bylaws for right now.
yep. Any discussion on that? Hear none. Let's vote. You got it.
Roll.
Yeah, roll.
All right, Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes. Okay, we're gonna move on to the other item that was pulled for separate consideration. So it's the resolution related to Cuba. Who you pulled that, Commissioner Sanders?
I pulled it because I just had one or two questions and I thought it would be decent and in order to let the general public know what those questions were, since we didn't really receive this in enough time to ask questions. So I wanted to know if I can get some information on what the DC movement is related to lifting the embargo. And also, if anyone can share information about what ways they believe Washtenaw County would benefit from the lifting of the embargo.
All right, thank you. I don't think this is a staff question. Commissioner Robbie might be a question you might be able to answer.
Just to clarify, Commissioner Sanders, the first part of your question is what is the DC movement, as in what is going on in Washington, DC around this issue right now? So you know some of the history, which is that under the Obama administration, a lot of these issues were addressed, not the embargo piece itself, but there were several diplomatic relationships that were reestablished with Cuba. And it wasn't until the Trump administration came to power that they enacted over 243 policies and sanctions against Cuba, including listing them on the state sponsor of terrorism list. Of course, Biden, when he was running for president, indicated that this was something that he wanted to address, to removing some of those barriers. And he has been moving on some of them. For instance, up until recently, the only place that Americans could basically fly, American flight airline companies could fly, was to Havana. And that was recently changed to allow more, basically more destinations within Cuba. And so they're slowly looking at expanding and removing some of these policies. But the hope with this resolution is to join dozens of cities and counties all across the country that are calling on the federal government to take deeper action, and more aggressive action at rolling back some of those things that the Trump administration did, and that Biden frankly committed to doing during his presidential campaign. And so that's the core of that piece. The resolution does also speak to some of the economic impact that this could have around the agricultural sector in our county, making, and that's something that when I worked on this issue at state level, it was an issue statewide because there's a few commodities in particular that farmers in Michigan could greatly benefit from, including Michigan's one of the largest producers of dry beans in the whole country. And that is a crop that is heavily used in Cuba. There are milk shortages right now. We are a massive milk producing state. So there are economic impacts for us, but it doesn't really stop there. Of course, there's also, beyond trade, there's the cultural exchanges, there's the knowledge exchanges like Will spoke about at the podium about the medical field, and thawing those relationships allows us to really expand those economic and cultural and health partnerships with Cuba.
Thank you for answering that. I just would, if I were just a normal resident not sitting around the table, I would think that they would benefit from having those additional pieces of information. Thank you.
Any other comments? Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you. I do want to quickly say, this is a really special resolution to me, and I do apologize that we had to make some clerical amendments to it before we were able to, come back after the recess. Thank you all for, those of you that attended the ambassador's visit and made that so special. That was a monumental event, I think, for our county and for the ambassador and for our relationship with Cuba. I want to highlight part of this resolution, if I could, just for a moment, which is the piece where it speaks to, it's actually on the right bottom of your front page here. It says, whereas the consequences of the embargo continue to inflict daily hardships and deprivations on the Cuban people, contributing to shortages of basic necessities like food and medicine, and severely restricting international financial trade opportunities, the embargo prevents Cuba from obtaining vital medical equipment and supplies and impeded humanitarian aid responses during catastrophic events like Hurricane Ian. And I won't read the rest of that, but the point that I'm trying to make is when I visited Cuba a year ago, I did go to a medical establishment. Felix, who is here, we went to the dentist's office. We went to his dentist's office. And what I noticed there is that they don't have gloves. They don't have hand sanitizer. They don't have masks. They don't have tools. They were using like a water bottle with some substance in it to rinse people's mouths up, out because they don't have access to medical equipment. And it's gotten so bad that I just want to quickly honor somebody who I met during my trip. His name is Alex Batle. He is a champion volleyball player, represented Cuba in the Olympics. I believe it was in the late 90s. And he was the first person, other than Felix, that I saw when I got out of the airplane, because he and his little Lada, they drove us around the island. And Alex was somebody with an amazing spirit, an amazing smile, somebody who cared about his neighbors, who rolled up his sleeves and did everything that he could to make sure that his friends, his neighbors, his fellow Cubans, were successful. Unfortunately, he lost a battle with cancer yesterday. And from my understanding, the cancer was treatable. But the reason that he was unable to receive treatment is partially because of this trade embargo that has led to key medical supplies not reaching people. And I want to state quickly that despite all the hardships that we've put the Cuban people through like this, they have still persevered. And I want to just make sure to honor him tonight because he did make an impact on me. And I hope that this resolution is just a small thing to help honor him. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Nope. Okay. It's a roll call vote.
Commissioner Light?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. And if I'm remembering correctly, there was a picture you wanted to share. If it's possible. All right. Thank you, Andrew, for the great tech work there. Are we ready to go back to the CJCC resolution? We have some further edits to do, so we're not ready, and maybe that's okay. Maybe we'll have to come back to it. We do have a report from the chair. How long can, oh, we have a report from the county administrator, actually, yes. Yeah, report from the county. Please don't say no report.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a report, but before I get into the substance of the report, I would like to take this opportunity to remind this board that we are having more and more major weather events in our community. Last year was the 10th anniversary of the Dexter tornado. Since that tornado, we have had major flooding in our community. We've had several power outages. And I want to say to the community, certainly those in the audience, but those within the sound of my voice, that it has been all hands on deck whenever we've had an issue like this. We have leveraged the administrator's authority around resources. I have spoken to many of you over the last 7 days about our response to the community. And while not perfect, we have leaned into us being the safety net for our community. We will continue to do so. I would like to just take a moment to say thank you to those commissioners that I spoke to during the close of last week, over the weekend, and into the start of this week. Our response continues. We are planning to debrief on our response, and that may include a tabletop exercise. I will make certain that commissioners are invited to join that discussion. But I want to say with a great deal of certainty, we will continue to do everything that we can, including providing shelter, food, and as Commissioner Beeman talked about a couple of times with me over the last week, transportation to those that need it the most in our community, and that includes our seniors. So I want to say thank you to our commissioners. Thank you to the team here in administration. Certainly would like to lift up Andrew DeLue and Ben Panett from the EOC, Crystal Campbell, who is our PIO. They have done yeoman's work to make certain that our response is what it should be and what our community expects. So just wanted to say thank you for that. I do have a short presentation. Andrew, if you could tee that up. There are just a few slides. I know we talked earlier about those kind of 10 high-level priorities of the board, but that also led us to some administrative requests of this body. Many of them started last November, and we just wanted to give you that update. Some of them had a deliverable of the first quarter. We're closing in on the first quarter. I wanted to give you just a real quick update today in advance of a more detailed update towards the end of the first quarter, which, as we know, is coming in at the end of this month. So with that, these are the ones that you all asked us to put in the queue and start to work around from classification and compensation, which has been pushed out. Premium pay, we're getting close to finalizing our recommendation and operationalizing that. We've talked a lot over the last couple of meetings about hiring at the top end of the organization due to some retirements and some attrition. Our security challenges, the organization has looked at how our infrastructure is currently operating, and given the environment that we operate in, how best to secure the county's assets, including our employees. Board priorities around the budget include work for LGBTQ, resources for our young women, women and girls, employee engagement, and of course, as we've talked a lot about over the last 6 months, the new human services funding. Wait, we're having technology. Can you advance that? Oh, thank you. So really quickly, and I'll move through this quick. I certainly wanted to leave time for questions for all of you. Class and comp, as you all know, that's been pushed out. We're working through some of the outcomes of class and comp, including unintended consequences, moving through that work with finance to make sure that it is funded appropriately and that we know what those impacts are. Do want to lift up Tina Gavalier, our CFO, and her team, because they've been on the ground floor of making certain that what we have pushed out, we can fund appropriately and that we do things in a way that continues to have us lean into what we say we are, and that is stewards of taxpayer resources. The human resources component is looking at, again, back to the unintended consequences, the monitoring, the technical components of that, and we'll continue to do that over the next few months to make certain that everyone has what they need around that. This work will move through the balance of this year, and you will have additional recommendations around consequences of implementation that'll come from the administrator. As you all know, you provided me with the authority to move that forward, and I won't do anything without this board's knowledge. So you can expect regular updates from my office around anything that we are planning to implement. Lift off again. Premium pay, I won't say too much about this. There's a communication that just went out, but we are trying to stay within the eligibility framework. As you know, premium pay was designed to reward those that were on the ground level of response during the pandemic. We want to stick hard and fast with that rule and make sure that those who did this work, those who sacrificed the most as we move through that process, are compensated with additional resources. So you'll hear more about that. Likely will be a reaction from the whole of the organization. We'll certainly work through all of those pieces, but that is an important component of our commitment, this board's commitment to the workforce of this organization, particularly those that operate in a first responder role. Leadership hiring, you just heard me talk about that at our last meeting. The BOC Communications and Ops Manager. We brought a candidate forward to you all this evening. We'll continue to move that process forward. Our OCD Director's position closed on the 28th. We had 26 applicants. And I think that's important to illuminate, because in the past, we have struggled to make sure that we had an appropriate candidate pool. But at the urging of this body, we have expanded our scope, our reach around the communications that go out through social media and other forums, and I think it's yielding the appropriate results. On to let me step back. So we're missing, the slide might be a little bit out of the order. There are some next steps around two high-level positions. Our Deputy County Administrator and our Executive Director of HR. Both of those positions, we will employ an outside firm to help with recruiting of those positions. The board will be appropriately steeped in that process, so you can expect to hear more about those as we continue to move that forward. To security, this is, I won't spend too much time on this for a number of reasons. One, as we move through the security framework, we expect to make sure that we share that information, but share it in a way that maintains the integrity of that program. We certainly expect to create a hardened framework for those areas that need it. We want to make sure that we create separation from public space and staff space where appropriate, while making sure that we continue to lean into our responsibility to the community to ensure that they have clear access to county government. Now back to leadership and hiring. The Director of Operations position is posted. That is open until March 7th. We have received broad interest. I don't have the number of applicants, but again, to my earlier point, I think we're doing a much better job of making sure that we broadcast our openings to the right audiences, and I believe it's yielding results. You heard me talk about the Executive Director of HR and the Deputy Administrator, two very important positions for this organization, not just in the near term, but as we start to think about what succession planning looks like over the next 3 to 5 years. Those are two critical positions for our organization. So more to come with those areas. And then I think this might be the last slide. Board priorities. Obviously, those are some things that you all have placed in the queue, and we'll continue to move through those pieces. I do want to lift up, as I spoke to Commissioner Scott late last week about the employee engagement piece. That's an important piece for us. And while I know we have some time, I think it's important for us to lean into that work very early in 2023. We have talked about the data associated with MAG and the fact that that data might be getting a bit stale. I think the engagement piece could help illuminate or support some of the work that we know we'll need to do when we begin the process of updating that. And then lastly, continued discussions. I want to say just a heartfelt thank you to Commissioners LaBarre and Scott for their work on the Human Services Transition Funding. I will say clearly, publicly, that this board has always been about making sure that those services are funded to the best of our ability. We have not decreased our funding. We have leaned in and added additional funding to what was the former coordinated funding model. That's not enough to carry the day. So I think two things need to be at play as we move forward and continue to think about that framework. One, we're likely going to need to develop a strategy that adds additional resources to this framework. And two, it implies that we're going to lean into this narrative or this notion that we are community partners and be about the business of making sure that those partnerships are solid and they're not one-sided. So my ask of this body is to make certain that we participate in discussions with our colleagues around this community to say that this work is all of our work. The funding for this work, the resources necessary to move this work forward, it's all of our work because these are all of our residents. So I won't say too much more about that, get off my soapbox on that item, but I want to make sure that the spirit of partnership drives our discussions as we roll out the new Human Services Partnership. So that's it. I just wanted to make sure that you guys had this information, and this is just a preliminary piece to this. We will bring you back a more detailed update towards the end of this quarter, which, as we all know, happens at the end of this month. Also, one more shameless plug for finance. Listen, at the end of the day, in an environment where we're operationalizing ARPA and the Community Priority Fund and rolling out MAG, we also have a budget process that we need to move forward. So once again, Tina and the team, thank you for the work that you're doing. So with that, I don't know if you have any questions for me. I will take them this evening, take them offline, certainly via email, whatever's your pleasure. But just wanted to have an opportunity this evening to talk through some of what's in the queue.
All right, well, thank you for the updates. It's great to see progress being made, and I know the survey is in high demand. Go ahead, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Dill, thank you very much for bringing up the employee engagement survey. I think that will be interesting to see. And just as a note, like an engagement survey is different than a satisfaction survey. They might have satisfaction things in it, but I think it will be interesting because somebody can be satisfied with their job, but not engaged.
Yes.
And what we really want is this engaged workforce here at Washtenaw County. So thank you very much for bringing that forward on the agenda. I appreciate it.
Thoughts, Commissioner Robbie? Yeah.
Sorry, everybody.
Hey, don't apologize for speaking. It's good.
All right, I just have a quick question. The premium pay piece, you said that the parameters have been finalized on that. And I just want to understand, because I know, during the pandemic, there was a lot of back and forth about what constitutes folks that are, essential, non-essential, all that stuff. And so I want to, maybe you don't have to do it today, but I'd like to at some point better understand how you came up with those parameters and what those parameters even are. Can you give us a preview maybe?
Well, I think at a foundational level, we try to follow the guidelines that were set forth in ARPA. The team here in administration has been sifting through that language and thinking about how we operate as an organization and trying to find a balance there. So that's the framework that we've used. I'd love to have a more detailed conversation with you to make sure that your questions get answered. Elise is here, who has been leading some of that discussion. I don't know if there's anything that you want to add to that, but that's the framework that we've used to this point. So while she's getting her mic, I apologize. I was a little too formal with that. Elise Asbury Payne, our racial equity officer, is here and she will answer any additional question.
So the guidance from Treasury is pretty clear about recognizing that premium pay is hazard pay by another name, and that it is designed to go to low to moderate income workers who are responding directly to the public health emergency on the front lines. And so what we're doing as an organization, I would say that we're, thanks to finance and corporation counsel, staying inside the lines of what Treasury tells us that we're able to do, and looking at our internal operations for who was in those responsive roles. It's an acknowledgement of increased risk and not just regular efforts. We will certainly lean in and answer any additional questions that any of you have related to that.
Thank you. I look forward to it.
While I'm engaged in a direct conversation with Commissioner Robbie, I just want to, if I could, just a moment of personal courtesy, please provide that for me. I just want to say to you, Commissioner Robbie, I spoke to you at least 30 times over the weekend. And I know I'm making light of that, but I want to thank you for the passion that you displayed and the pressure that you continue to place on me and my team to make certain that we're doing the right thing for our community. And that's always important. We get our guidance, we get our energy, we get our fuel from those of you sitting around this dais. And sometimes it's important for you to demand more. So thank you for that. Thank you to those commissioners that I spoke to at a public event on Saturday. We were focused on our response to the storm and not the event that we were on. And I think it should be a message to our community that this work never stops. And we will always be on the front end of making sure that our response is the best that it can be.
Any other thoughts or questions? You want to directly respond to that? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank you, Greg, Administrator Dill, for your work on that piece and for being responsive to the calls of all of your commissioners. The fact that you and your team were able to put that resolution together and get it before us in such a short timeline is really a testament to the kind of work that you guys are able to do when we all work together. So I want to thank you reciprocally.
Teamwork makes the dream work. Yeah.
Yeah, that will conclude my report unless you all have questions.
Are there other? I feel like there's a question over there, but it's not manifesting. Nope. Okay, that was a clear no. Okay, well, thank you for the report. Looking forward to whatever comes next. Are we? Yep. I will go on to report, share with the Board of Commissioners. Update I would give is that I've received a response from MAC. Remember, I reached out to them to get some more information about other counties in the state that have started a county housing commission. They identified other counties that have done it that are similar in population size to us. So I'm going to be reaching out to them and hopefully have a conversation with at least one of them before our next meeting so we can figure out how we might be able to pursue that as a path going forward as we attempt to combat the affordable housing crisis here in Washtenaw County. Some more updates to come. Are we able to return to our discussion of the CJCC bylaws? We are getting close. We're getting close. It is very close. I received a gesture. Commissioner. Yeah. Commissioner Labar, what do you got for us?
Chair, point of order here.
Yeah.
Would it be acceptable to have items for current or future consideration while?
Yes, yeah. Do we have any other items for, yep. Or it's being handed out? Future items.
Yeah, but I don't, if Andrew's got the finalized document, I'm happy to sit on it.
Well, I think you'll want to look at it probably. All right. Thank you, team, for putting this together. Any items for current and future discussion? Commissioner Labar, thank you.
Yeah, next Tuesday, thank you, Andrew. March 7th, 6 to 8:30 p.m. at the State Theater. There's a screening of the movie Bedlam, which looks at America's mental health crisis. Lisa Gens from CMH, and then folks from U of M's Department of Psychiatry, National Alliance for Mental Health, the county chapter, and then Washtenaw Intermediate School District are going to have a panel after. So I just flagged that for anybody interested in getting info up on CMH's website next Tuesday at the State Theater, 6 to 8:30 p.m. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Somerville.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to flag, and I'll be working on this over the next few months. The youth commissioner for my district in District 6 reached out to me a few weeks ago to talk about gun buybacks. I met with them last weekend and talked about possibilities for promoting safe storage and gun buybacks. And it sounds like the youth commission, and I know I'm not the liaison for that, but my youth commissioner shared it with me. They want to plan an event in Ypsilanti in June. And I'm hoping that we all can support their efforts, both by helping make sure it's successful, but also showing up and just helping them where they need help. But I'm very impressed by my youth commissioner. Very impressive with like where they're at in the planning stages and the questions that they're asking. So hopefully the rest of the board will help me help them. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Light.
Annie, I'll be meeting with the Youth Commission, I want to say tomorrow. So I'll be getting, I'm sure, that information. This will be the first time that I get to meet with them. And so hopefully I'll have a lot of reports to come back from them because they have a lot going on. And so I'll be able to support you, along with that.
Any other items for current and future discussion? Commissioner Sanders.
I just want to share that March 13th, Napa at Night will be hosting their 2023 event. It is going to be on Zoom. And if anyone is interested in attending to see what our young people in various school districts are producing, they would be free to just Google Napa, NAAPID at Night 2023.
Excellent. Any other items for current and future discussion? Nope. Okay, I would add that if you, just as a point of information for people, if you have branches in your yard because of the storm, I know that Ann Arbor, the city of Ypsilanti and Ypsilanti Township will be picking that. If you live in any of those municipalities, they'll be picking up next week. So you can look at the specific date if you live, check out the specific dates, but next week is when that's going to be picked up. So move those to the curb and get that taken up. Excellent. Okay, there are no pending items. You said what? Oh, this is the pending item, right? So we're moving back to the CJCC bylaws. Michelle's got something for us.
Somebody has to take it from the table.
Somebody's got to take it from the table. Okay. Okay. You got a Commissioner Yeah, we got to vote on it. The table, yeah. I think it's a roll call vote. Thank you, but I think it's a roll call vote. Right.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie.
Yeah.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Labar.
Yes.
And Commissioner Light.
Absolutely, yes.
All right, thank you. It's been taken off the table. Or so Commissioner Machieski, did you have a hand?
Yes. So in the updated version that was passed out, I believe that on what is page 3 of the document, term of member should actually be B, not C. Vacancies in office should be C. Duties and responsibilities of the council should be D. And then the section meetings should actually be listed as 7 instead of 8. And then the amendment of bylaws section should be listed as 9 instead of 4.
That's the motion, I support it.
The motion, it is a motion, right? Feels like a motion. Okay. Yep. All right. We got that's a voice vote, right? All in favor? Aye. Okay, any opposed? None. Okay, is there a hand? Commissioner Robbie, is that a hand or are you gonna do something else? Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to briefly say, I won't belabor the points as I've done a lot of talking tonight, but I just want to state that I'll be voting no on this largely because of the striking of reference to that this board would abide by the Open Meetings Act. I still personally believe that all of our subcommittees, whether they be advisory or not, should have to abide by the Open Meetings Act. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to clarify, just in case anybody thinks that we don't all think meetings should be open, though. We all think meetings should be open, and there are provisions in here. The Open Meetings Act doesn't allow people to meet by Zoom, and that's why we did it, not because we want to harbor secrets. I just want to clarify.
Thank you for clarifying that. This has
Just
come
in
up,
case somebody heard just that section and thought the rest of us were trying to
right?
things undercover.
For added context, we had Corporation Counsel look into this after the OMA exception expired, and then we had to shift our meetings back to in-person. The opinion was that, also as an Attorney General's opinion, was that purely advisory boards could continue to meet in a virtual nature. This is an advisory board, as many of the other ones are. Commissioner Robbie disagrees philosophically on that point. We still love him. And we, for the boards that are not subject to the Open Meetings Act, they conform to it in the spirit of it, and that the information is posted and we follow all the other components of it outside of the requirement to meet in person. Any last questions before I ask for a roll call vote on this? I'm asking for a roll call vote on it.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Labar
Yes.
and Commissioner Light.
Yes.
All right, it's passed. Thank you, everybody. All right, Commissioner Scott. Oh, wow, that's great. All in favor? All right, see everybody next time. You